super cool. So really, tight agenda that voice community globally. So there's some real prominent names there that we've tried to bring to. We got to look at it in kind of the way that I've drawn the slide. And apologies, it's a very busy slide, but what it does represent is the pull through. When we look at any opportunity that has got Teams Phone in, generally in a good crack. But nothing shows how we're going to perform. Let's look back to look forward. Last year, and this is FY23, we're about to publish a few new results, but you'll see that. Hang on there for Ignite, and you'll see some interesting performance. But for last year, 17 million Teams Phone enabled users. What's really important is we're still continuing to drive 45% growth year on year. And when we look at the current business year in Q1, we're still seeing that growth in the trajectory. So still very, very positive in terms of growth for Teams Phone. What's really important, however, is we truly lead with partner solutions, and 89% of all calling plans attached to Teams Phone are through our partners. So that's we will drive and we will lead with those telco and those partner solutions. But coupled with the growth of Teams Phone, we transform legacy into opportunity. By no means is Teams Phone sexy, okay? But you know what? We are making it sexy. And when you look at some of the stuff that the engineering team, the incredible engineering team that we're so grateful for, and some of which are on this call, and the work that they're doing for us, they're just putting a whole bunch of stuff in the basket year on year on year. And if you look at on the left-hand side of that graph, we started with Skype for Business, then we had Azure Communicate. Services opportunity is a one-time gratification. The managed services, the gift that keeps on giving. And this is what this slide represents. This is some work that we had Forrester do for us. And when we look at enterprise, we're looking at about, call it $17 per user. But the important part is the attach, the services attach. For enterprise at 42% and 48% for SMB. Those are really attractive services attached for you out there driving these inside of your customers. If you don't know, if you look bottom left, there's a link there in terms of the research that we've done. Feel free to open that up and go and look through that research. But it's a really profitable business for us, and our partners are seeing.
Wow, what a great introduction. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. And by the way, Leon, I disagree with you. Phone is sexy. And you know why? I started this business 17 years ago, stripping 66 blocks and all that stuff. We don't have to do that anymore, right? It has gotten way, way cooler in the last 17 years. Happy to be here tonight. I think, too, Microsoft has come a long way. As Leon mentioned, it has been a long journey, but the journey has always been about simplifying the user experience and making it seamless for our end users, but then also making sure from an administrative perspective that you don't have to stitch a bazillion things together. So one of the things that's really, really cool, and I think is super sexy, is right now Forrester is estimating that the total addressable market by 2025 is going to be around $34 billion. That is so awesome. I think of the opportunity, and especially like during the pandemic and how we saw things grow. As you saw on one of the last charts that Leon shared, the platform for chat and communication, 320 million users, and then all the way up to how many PSTN enabled users we have at 17 million. That's huge, and it's continuing to grow. And I think it's really important, to make sure that you understand that Microsoft is in this for the long haul. Yes, maybe we've changed some of the ways we've done the product and rethought about how we've gone from on-premises to the cloud. But I think the really important thing to note here is that Gartner, who is a trusted third party in the UCaaS environment that takes a look at all of the competitors out there, has rated us #1 for the last 4 years for completeness of vision, as well as the ability to execute. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin. He is going to help us walk through a little bit about how you determine that phone propensity so that you can be successful to go after that 34 billion in TAM. Kevin?
Yeah, thanks, Connie. And hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the folks who are maybe staying up late. I'm Kevin Peters, Director of Business Strategy for Microsoft Teams Phone. Thanks for joining us again, and thanks to all the organizers and folks who've put a lot of work into this boot camp. So words are hard apparently today. We're gonna talk about propensity for phone. So one of the things we always want to figure out is, what are the leading indicators that tell us a customer is ready to adopt phone, that they're making that journey through their various stages of the software life cycle, and they're ready to move to phone or even further down the line after that. So the two biggest things we always watch out for phone are pretty simplistic. The first is your customer using meetings. Once they've gone into a meetings usage pattern, what happens is their users start thinking about their laptop, their computer, their mobile phone, their tablet, whatever it is. They start thinking of that as an endpoint to make calls using the Teams client. They start thinking about how they can actually collaborate real time with people over video, over PSTN, making and receiving calls. All that stuff comes naturally right after meetings, right? Once you do meetings, your users are generally, after very, very short time, as soon as they're used to meetings, they're pretty much ready to go for phone. So from that point of view, we tend to look at, okay, how's the meeting population at the customer? So if you see your customer has a lot of meetings usage, if you have access to their dashboards and can see it, or if you're talking to your customer, it's a good probing question. Hey, how much are you guys using meetings right now? Do you have a lot of dial-in conferencing? Do your end users have headsets? Because once they get used to that laptop and that headset or that speakerphone or whatever they're using, it's a natural progression. The other thing we see that's just a really common indicator as well is VoIP usage or one-to-one calling, peer-to-peer calling over federation internally, however that works, right? VoIP usage is about the same thing, right? They're starting to use real time. They're starting to think of the Teams platform as their voice platform, as their video platform. And once the customers, end users have made that switch in their head, they're ready to start thinking about phone. So that's one of the things we always guide on is, hey, if you have meetings usage, you have VoIP usage, that's a customer that has propensity for phone, and that's a place you want to look. Now, if the customer doesn't have meetings in VoIP, then you probably want to start them down that path early before you get into a deep phone discussion, because it's going to make that next step of the journey easier. And then some other things we see very, very commonly, customers who are doing Copilot EAP or now are buying Copilot. Those are going to be your leading edge customers, right? And there's a lot of goodness that comes from Copilot that now works for phone. So what was just meetings before, and we had, the recaps and the prompts and all the normal things you're used to seeing for Copilot, that works for PSTN calls now, that works for one-to-one calls. So if your customer is making the investment in Copilot, they're likely to have propensity for phone. They're going to be using it for meetings as well. That's a great indicator because they've got a lot of goodness there, and capitalizing on that goodness is super, super important. And then the last thing I'll say, this one seems just probably silly obvious, but customers who have an on-prem PBX, a legacy PBX, right, and they've invested in some of the Microsoft suite, it probably makes sense for them to start thinking about, okay, even if they're not using meetings yet, like meetings platform is a great way to start, but it's going to make sense for them to move from that legacy PBX platform into a more modern communications platform. And, that's done through phones. So, those are the big four things we tend to look for. Do they have a legacy PBX? And you know what, if they've got another cloud provider out there, it's even easier. Right, they've already made the switch, and maybe it's just a matter of, hey, let's consolidate some things and let's talk about savings. So those are the kind of things that we look for when we talk about phone propensity. So I'm going to kick it over to Alan now, and Alan's going to talk a bit about like the journey to get there and what he's seen from his time in the field.
Thanks, Kevin. I think one of the things that was really pretty amazing about the pandemic, not that the pandemic was amazing, it was a terrible thing, but we saw a lot of move towards, as Kevin said, that VoIP usage. And it led a lot of my customers say, Alan, look, I have this legacy PBX and we aren't using it. We aren't, maybe they had phones on the desk, maybe they had whatever, but ultimately they would come back and say, can we do this through Teams? And the answer is yes, right? They could absolutely move that over. And then we start getting into some more of the complex things that extend beyond VoIP. Well, part of VoIP, but can extend beyond, like the blocker type scenarios. Like I have analog phones, I have paging systems, I have a contact center, I have very unique phone system needs. And one of the things that has made me happy being in the field is over time, the product group, kudos to Connie, kudos to Kevin, kudos to that entire team, some of which you're going to get to talk to later today. They've done a great job at expanding the capabilities and adding things that encompass the entire solution. And so what I'm going to talk about are some of those blockers and how we've seen the growth in the area of being able to address those. I'm going to start with the SIP gateway, right? So if you're familiar with the SIP gateway, a lot of my customers, like I said before, have either analog needs, maybe they have door controllers, maybe other things that are outside of our normal Teams ecosystem. And going back to one of the things that Leon had up as a slide, I loved it. It had all these partners out there, and our partners are our lifeblood, right? You're the ones providing in the room system space, the room systems that make us successful and make teams work well. You're providing phones and several other things in the space that customers still need in shared scenarios or executive scenarios, other things like that. But we still have analog phones. We still have VoIP phones. We still have deck phones. We have lots of other needs in that space that are outside of that. And so through the SIP gateway, we can pull those resources in either as a specific user who maybe needs one of those devices, or as an ATA device that can extend out to other analog devices, or maybe using our shared device license, which is a lot cheaper license for some of these basic needs rather than using that full productivity suite license. And so through the SIP gateway, we're providing that ability to do that. And as that product has grown, you can bulk provision users, you can do management through the Teams admin, you can do PowerShell. So there's a lot of things to scale it beyond just the basics. And so there's a lot of capabilities there. Moving on to other things that we've added, shared calling. So in a lot of markets, you might only have a single number available, or maybe you don't need all these users to have all these DIDs. And so how can we more efficiently share the PSTN numbers and access that we have? Well, shared calling is the answer to that. It's a fairly new offering. There's a lot of really good information out there. I think we're going to talk about that. I think we're going to talk about later on more in depth. I can only kind of skim the surface of it, but it does allow our customers to save costs for administrators to more easily enable a group of users and take advantage of that service. And so that's another thing that it adds value and takes advantage of, in a lot of cases, the existing licensing. And one of the last things that I want to hit on, and most of my customers have this in some form or fashion, is the idea of that contact center. And again, partners are huge in this space. So if we start with the idea of having certified partners in the contact center space, we have over 20 certified partners today. We have over 15 working towards certification. So right there, we're talking about a large number of available solutions that can either be Teams powered or they can be Teams connected, depending on what the need of the customer is. So a lot of flexibility, which is, again, part of what the Microsoft solution, in my mind, provides to our customers is it's not just a cookie cutter, one size fits all. Customers can decide what's going to meet their need the most. In addition to that, Dynamics has worked to try to be a certified solution, both standalone as well as working with all these other partners. So there's a lot of flexibility there. If your customers are a Dynamics shop, they have a CRM that's on Dynamics, they can pull all that in and make that work together. And then additionally, Microsoft purchased Nuance, which has a lot of real strength in the IVR space, which helps with the whole area around, I think it started with healthcare, but it extends into many markets and can really build out that solution. So lots and lots of abilities within to extend what was used to be considered sort of a core Microsoft story. And I think that's part of back to what Connie was saying with the Microsoft's growth and trajectory in that UCaaS space. It's because of these capabilities that we're offering a more complete and fully functional solution that allows you to really understand how you can take what used to be just a core VoIP story and extend it out more fully and completely. So that was really what I wanted to address and cover today. think I want to give it back to Connie to talk about some of the future enhancements, things like the co-pilots and some customer examples potentially that can maybe help frame where we see success. Connie?
Yeah, and actually, thank you so much, Alan. I think I'll start with customer stories to build on what you just mentioned. So first of all, out in our library of customer stories, it's out on the public web. You can go search for customers by industry, by size, all sorts of different search capabilities that showcase customers who did a case study with us and the value that they're seeing. So two of the customers I want to highlight are Georgia Banking. And what they did is, we mentioned earlier about the platform, right? There is a huge ability for customers to save money by simplifying their ecosystem, right? Instead of having multiple solutions that one does chat, one does email, one does meetings, one does calling. To simplify it, it makes it easier for the end user also. So taking advantage of the customer story with Georgia Banking, they consolidated 7 vendors across both their unified communication solution, but also because the licensing that we have with the M licensing versus the O licensing, which includes security and compliance, they saved $1.6 million, replaced 7 vendors, and then they also, realized it was a great time to take advantage of sunsetting their Mitel phone system, right? So in addition to the improvements that they've seen in productivity, the end user benefits, and the happiness that they're seeing from their end users, being able to simplify that experience, they also experienced a 33% secure score improvement from 60 to 80. And one of the best quotes that Neil Natick, their chief information officer, said is, thanks to our modernization journey with Microsoft, we can save our customers with the same products as the national mega banks, but with higher visibility, better service, and greater flexibility. That's really significant, and it helped them deliver better service to their customers too as a result. The other customer I want to mention is SAP. So you saw that long list of products that we've been through over time. SAP has been on a journey with us from the Skype for Business on-premises days, and AI is being used to improve the experience. So helping with audio quality, video quality, all of those things, that is where AI is already embedded in the product. Customers are not having to pay extra for that and that innovation. But what we're seeing with Copilot as being an assistant, so guess what? If I don't have meetings, if I don't have chat, some of the benefits of Copilot can't be realized, that full value, but being able to take a document and, quickly edit it and be more creative, but then also being able to take a chat and search across email for conversations to quickly summarize some of the top topics. These are super powerful experiences, as well as how we can recap a meeting, send out meeting notes. For me personally, it's saving me tons of time and energy so I can go focus on more important things. So we are seeing, from a competitive landscape, customers looking towards Microsoft simply because of that vision and that strategy on top of the platform that we've already built on our unified communication stack. Now with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sean. He wants to kind of give you an idea of how you can help manage teams and some of the perceived blockers, etc. Over to you, Sean.
Thanks, Connie. Yeah, one of the questions and kind of the idea of this session is to talk about propensity and kind of how we approach accounts and where we see success. Anytime, so I work within our manufacturing organization. Anytime I'm engaged with customers and we're having this conversation around phone system and their level of interest, there's a couple things we look at, right? That may be known or unknown quantities. One, we make, and I would say this in jest, licensing so simple. So licensing made so simple by Microsoft. With that being said, a lot of times what we find is customers have the entitlements for phone systems sitting there, right? So that is when we talk about looking at things from propensity and signals, there are a lot of customers that have entitlements for phone system that are sitting there. So that's first and foremost, we always look, what's their licensing position? Because that helps us drive. Maybe they were going towards, as Connie mentioned, security and compliance, so they bought a level of a SKU that includes phone system. So it could just be sitting there and they're not even using it. So that's automatically going to be a savings, right? So if they drive adoption to Teams Phone. The other, and Kevin touched on this earlier, is one that's just a very easy approach to kind of get an idea. This is a screenshot from within administration where I always drive a customer to take a look from an admin perspective. It's just a basic activity report. And Kevin touched on this, Connie touched on this. It's one-to-one calling usage, right? So one-to-one calling usage means that regardless of whatever communication or phone system a customer has, that when you look at these statistics, this will show how many active users. So how we measure, if people aren't familiar, active activity within a rolling 28 days. If someone in an organization makes an internal call, a one-to-one call, a VoIP call, it's registered as an active usage. So anytime engaging with a customer, the first thing, if you can, in developing a relationship is, hey, let's drive to this admin dashboard and take a look at your activity. More times than not, customers are unaware of how high adoption is for internal calling, right? So that tells a story in one of two ways. Either the organization has pushed it and people are using it and it's adopted, and that's wonderful and it's high adoption, or it organically grew and people are just gravitating towards the fact of they're in Teams all the time, as Kevin mentioned, they're in meetings, I'm chatting with someone, so I'm just going to elevate that to a call. So they're already understanding how Teams acts as a communication platform, and it's very simple to say, did you know that there's 500, 3,000, 10,000, 50,000 people each month using Teams as a communication platform? And it even goes better, if you think about it, if they have a PBX sitting there. So let's say they have name your PBX, right? If it's sitting there and there's still that many people using Teams as a communication platform, what is the purpose of having that separate PBX, right? It's a cost, it's just draining their cost. So this is one of those things that really, anytime you go in, if people have been adopting and using Teams in any capacity, calling is always going to be used high. It's going to be a high percentage of their user population. So really highly recommend going into here if you can and get this report. Another thing, going back to something Alan made mention, and anybody that's been in the telephony industry for any amount of time never would have thought, and I think this is testament to what Alan commented on and what we're driving from an engineering perspective and the folks that are come on. I never thought that I would see the likes of Cisco and Avaya wanting to certify their contact center onto Teams, because they know they still want to capture some little part of contact center, but they're losing market share because the market is driving to using Teams as telephony. So just by those types of things, right, that you have the likes of competitors, like competitors for years in the traditional telephony providers that are certifying their contact center to use on Teams telephony, I think speaks volumes. So those are a few things just top of mind when we talk about propensity, and just easy signals to look at when you get into reporting and having conversations, licensing, and then what's user activity for one-to-one calling. It opens the door to cost savings and adoption ease. So with that, I know that I wanted to turn it back to Connie to talk a little bit more about some strategies that we have. So Connie, back to you.
You bet. Thanks, Sean. So when we think about what's in it for the customer, what's in it for you as the partner, we had a notion around do more with less for Teams Phone, and it doesn't mean do more with less people. It means do more with less pieces in that platform, right? So there's 4 really key values that you can unlock for your customers. business value and cost savings. So we did a TEI study in 2022. And what that study returned, talking with real customers, is that Teams Phone had 143% return on investment with less than 6 months payback after its go live date. This was generally for customers that had 10,000 or more users. But part of the reason for this cost savings, right, is I don't have to have a PBX to even go do VoIP. My users can do VoIP calling, they can interact, but then also them building on the ability to have that calling plan. I think Alan mentioned it earlier, being able to do shared calling, simplifying the calling plan, right? And being able to do that. That is a way that you can save money. The other thing is simplicity for both the end user, so you save on those training dollars, as well as for the partner, and for the customer who's going to have to manage this, right? Instead of managing servers and firmware and security and host machines and VMs and a data center and high availability disaster recovery, they can focus on more important things that actually drive business outcomes. So being able to help a business understand, hey, here's what you can do. And I always have those conversations with, more of the executive stakeholders and ITDMs. And then two, always making sure that you're bringing that IT team along. One of the things you will find is some of the IT folks may be a little bit hesitant to move forward with the cloud solution because they've spent a lot of their career managing switches and all of that. So, and they have all of these certifications, right? So it's helping them understand how it's changing and what's in it for them as they bring that along. And then two, reliability. It's super, super critical. Voice is one of those things that, it's like water, like electricity. When it doesn't work, everyone notices, right? But when it does, they just expect it to always be on. So we did an uptime study with a third party to look at ourselves as well as other third party competitors. Some of those even had 5 nines as their SLA. We actually outperformed most of them in that study. Those results are actually online. You can go take a look at them. But it's very important. We are an enterprise grade system. We have an extensive backbone that our folks, and media relays to make it really easy for customers to get onto our extensive backbone. So some of the things that we used to have to manage, as far as quality of service and things like that, simply isn't required. So it saves a lot of time, saves a lot of money, and also provides a very high quality service. Now, the other thing is there are customers that need branch site survivability. So we do also have a survivable branch appliance, and we continue to make more investments in that just in the event if your wide area network happens to be impacted. And then last but not least, we continue to make investments and release new innovation that you as our partners, as our customers are able to take advantage of, right? So being able, as I think Alan and Sean had mentioned too, our partnership with our engineers, they're continually rolling out new features. So we look forward to, continuing this journey with you and being a part of success. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Kevin.
All right. Well, thank you, Connie and Sean and Alan. So we have some questions. We're actually going to start. There were a couple questions that this is a little bit of an open scenario, right? We're trying to, as much as possible, treat this like a roundtable session. And so we're definitely going to answer questions as they come up in Q&A, either Q&A or live. We're going to try and do both. But we have a couple questions that came up in our first session that were just really great questions. And since so many partners had variations of these questions, we wanted to start with them. So the first question we got that was a really, really solid question is, what's the largest impediment to deploying Teams Phone at scale? And so I think, Sean, you took this one, so I'm going to kick it over to you.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Kevin. So a couple things, I think. Just first, which seems obvious, but just to talk about it, is this understanding, right? Just a foundational understanding of the simplicity of the solution. I think people, because they don't understand it, tend to think it's radically different or it will be this huge shift. So I think just going over very simply how Teams phone system works. It sounds basic, but that's the thing. The other, which time and time again that we come across, is the scope of when people are looking at changing out a communication platform, and specifically generally to PBX, right? Is out of all the technology that's in their environment, it's the one that they have the least understanding at scale about. Because if it's either been small offices, all these different contracts in local countries with carriers, mergers and acquisitions. And so there's really not one person or group that has a very good understanding of what exactly is going on. So one thing we found success in is to chunk that up, right? Because if you look at it in totality, if you have a multinational company and they have had kind of things running in different areas and contracts with different regional carriers, it's super confusing. Nobody has a good understanding. So what we tend to do is try to break it down into small groups. That group could be an office. It could be a group of offices in a country. It could be a smaller region. But by breaking it down and solving for those areas, that tends, and you can prove out things around ROI and stuff as well. But by breaking it down and chunking it off, because no one, even let's put Teams aside, no one's going from PBX A to PBX B entirely. Nobody does a flip of a switch for a large company. So breaking it down is really an important thing. Trying to think as far as, so having one other thing that I'd say also that we come across from the perspective of, this is outside of logistics, this is more of the blocking and tackling from a sales perspective, is who you're communicating with, right? And what is their intent? There might be things that might happen that we come across all the time that's outside of a technology reason, right? And it's good to have an understanding from an account perspective. Maybe someone you're talking with just made a decision 3 years ago to go to a different PBX and really it's failing, right? Poor performance, they're not getting the return on investment. That person isn't likely going to want to be as helpful. So it's really important to know as you're navigating your accounts who you're dealing with and what the decision makers are. I mean, that sounds so simple, but sometimes we tend to dive right into the technology and try to solve things where it might just be the case of someone being scared that they made some investment someplace and they're kind of on the hook for it. So that's, I would say, in trying to summarize one of the areas where we see some of the biggest blockers or impediments for Teams voice, especially at scale. So I'll turn it back, or we don't have to turn it back. But Kevin, you might have another, or Alan, go ahead. You might have.
I think yeah. I was going to say, Sean. I was going to add on to what you're saying. One, from a chunking it down perspective, absolutely agree that geographically, for a lot of our customers that are national or multinational companies, being able to understand how to move across different regions and how to deploy in a more sensible way makes a lot of sense. But also back to some of the conversation points I had, sometimes the contact center can be very complicated and very difficult. And so maybe chunking it down in that regard, focusing on the what we typically call maybe the IW workers and information workers, maybe looking at the analog requirements, understanding those different pieces and looking at those potentially as different projects, depending on how you're going to move across regionally. And then one other thing that I think we tend to get stuck on is what the technology is very flexible, right? And so understanding what the customer requirements are, maybe the flow as they move to the cloud. And what I mean by that is I've had many customers that have gone from being an on-premise shop to taking that ability of, like Sean was talking about earlier, with Cisco and Avaya, to plug that in and plumb that into a Teams environment and have a very natural shift. And then eventually maybe move to a more pure cloud platform, right? So switching and transferring those dial plans and those calling plans over to Operator Connect or to a Microsoft calling plan, that's really a lot of times what the customer wants to end up is in that solution so that they can decommission that contact center and save that money and have a simpler environment. But I have also had some customers that were able to transform right off the bat and create a greenfield environment in, like I said, either the Microsoft world or the Operator Connect world. We're using some of the mobile capabilities, just swinging it over right away, right? And if you can do that, you can immediately save that customer money. You can immediately get them to an easier, more manageable environment. So understanding what the customer's appetite is to move, how they can move, and what's going to be the right approach could really be helpful. And I don't know, Kevin, we can go back to you for the next question, or Connie, if you have something you wanted to add, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, and I was just going to expand one other thing on there. So, being a partner and talking about modernization, one of the things we're seeing partners be super successful falling on the back of meetings and calling, et cetera, is embedding communication into workflows, right? So take advantage of that too, because otherwise you're going to get in the side-by-side feature comparison, right? So I can't tell you how many times they give me a list and it's got 500 features on it. And it's like, we need every one of these features. Really? You need all of those. Okay, this is your opportunity to modernize. And then two, when we think about being able to meet business demands, et cetera, being able to work with your customers, the B2C, having the ability to have communication embedded in those workflows saves tons of time and money, right? The other thing too is it helps with some of that digital debt, right? So we're spending a lot more time in meetings and whatever. Taking advantage of some of the capabilities that are going to be coming with AI also helps just reinforce the platform, gives you new opportunities that we don't even know what they are yet, right? So take advantage of that platform to go build on top of.
Awesome. And one other thing I'll add as well, near and dear to my heart, is PSTN choices, right? And it was covered there for a second. I won't go through the entire thing. There's a video out there on LinkedIn of us talking through this with Tom Arbuthnot. But PSTN choices can make a big difference in the deployment. So the most common mistake I still see is you design your entire environment for a corner case, and then you put a heavy migration in. Right, and this just doesn't need to be. Go through the process. We have all the flexibility in the world, right? You've got Operator Connect, you've got direct routing, hosted direct routing, you've got our own calling plans, and you've got Teams Phone Mobile. Don't feel like you need to design the entire deployment based on a 2% corner case. So that's a big thing I see that really impedes is, hey, we've designed the entire thing and we have to do direct routing for the entire thing. If that's what's needed, do it. But work through those use cases and find the places where you don't have to necessarily do one type or another, and find the most efficient way of doing things. And sometimes that's calling plans, sometimes that's Operator Connect, sometimes it's going to be Teams Phone Mobile is the right use case, and it can be any of the above, direct routing as well. So just don't get hung up on one technology and let that paint you into a corner. So now, next question. I love this one too. Also from our last session, but again, throw stuff in Q&A if you have questions. This one is, if IT is the main blocker, who do you talk to and how do you get past that? So Alan, I want to kick it over to you first this time.
Yeah, it's easy to understand how this happens, right? You have a customer that's coming from another platform. Could be Cisco, could be Avaya, could be Mitel, could be, any really other platform. And that's what they know. That's what they understand. And so there is an immediate resistance to that change. And so I like to look at it sort of in two lenses, the old carrot and stick, right? Ideally, you can lead with the carrot, which is, look, you absolutely know your existing platform very well. That's where you come from. And now you get to learn something else and grow your skill set and grow your team skill set and potentially move and be a much more, really grow your knowledge. Now, that's hard for me as a Microsoft seller, because there's a bit of a lack of trust, because that's what I do and they're coming from the other side of it. As a partner, you actually have, in many cases, are the trusted advisor. So you're in a really good position to help guide your customer, to help them through this. So that's really, I feel like, the best preferred method. Now, for me, a lot of times I'm already sort of given that stiff arm. And so understanding that, look, they're looking at this because maybe their management has decided it's the right solution, either cost solution, either the technical direction or whatever else. And if they're so resistant that they're not willing to make that change, then sometimes it requires having that conversation at a higher level, because that's the direction the company's going, and that group really needs to get on board. And so sometimes it requires a little bit more escalation up to a director or a VP or potentially a C-level person to understand why that strategy was put in place, and to help those resources, those people in IT who might be resistant, to really getting on board and appreciating what the strategy is. I found that there's been a lot more openness to it than there has been in the past. But those are sort of the ways I look at it, either ideally driving with that person, trying to help them come to it because it makes more sense, or going to the person who made that decision and trying to help them really understand why it's there. So those are the things, Kevin, I would say are how I would help remediate that resistance.
Yeah, and I could add to that too, and it's important. We're so excellent, and we're pretty guilty of this at Microsoft too. IT is our interface, right? Connie made the comment about this, and I think it's really important because the PBX hasn't evolved that much, really, right, from the perspective of what features have been brought in, and we are on par with the traditional sense. So the next level of things is when we're infusing things into line of business. Copilot, and a topic for another time, right, which we could spend 2 days on, is that. So that's something that we can bring in multiple facets into teams. When you show that to line of business and business owners within the organization, they gravitate towards that because they're like, okay, why am I sitting here with a separate device that has no real integration? Sure, it could be contact center. But if we're talking about the mass of like information and knowledge workers, when you start introducing things around generative AI and things that you can embed into, as Connie called out, their workflows and their flow of business to make things optimized and give time back and make what they're doing higher quality, and you bring that to the business and you bring that to executives, any roadblock that IT has really starts to come down. And Alan really makes an excellent point. We try, I think that we saw this shift going back to voice over IP when you had traditional PBX people and PSTN services and the network teams trying to figure that out and how that would go. We saw this shift when people went from on-prem infrastructure to cloud services, right? They're just not certain how it works, so they're scared a little bit, right? And that's human tendency. So making sure that they're comfortable, it really is, and maybe it's some education so that they understand that from an IT, this is then going back to IT, that there is some level to upskill what they're doing and broaden their knowledge. It kind of it disarms them a little bit so that it gets them outside of just what they know. But Alan brought up a great point. Like, we're so comfortable in what we do all the time, and that includes roles within companies in IT. So I think it's important kind of in those areas. So excellent point, Alan. And I know we're getting near time, so Kevin, I'll
Yeah.
I know you're gonna bring something.
Oh no, this is great. I love this conversation. And I'll just add on to the end, much like what I said about PSTN choices. Don't let a single part of your deployment paint you in a corner. The other thing I always encourage is if you're getting stuck in the technical blockers, you have to work back to the business case and the use case that exists. And I think that Sean and Alan, this is really a big portion of what you were getting at. But at the end of the day, 450, 500, whatever features, you don't need them all, right? You need some of them. You absolutely do. And there's a legitimate use case and business case why that thing needs to work the way it does. But when it's just because you've always done it that way, it's time to start thinking about that change and modernizing your workflows. That's hard for everybody. So as you're working with any customer, as you're working in a partner, a little bit of empathy on that goes a really long way for them to not necessarily push very hard on it, but to bring that around of, hey, let's talk about the use case, let's talk about the business case, and let's figure out how we solve that in a way that still lets us move forward. So I love the commentary from everyone, and I wish we could stay longer, but unfortunately we have time for one more question here, and this one's great. I see this a lot. I love this question. So thanks for submitting. Connie, I'm going to throw this one to you because I think you're going to give me the answer here that we're all going to want to hear. How do you best engage with the Microsoft field to help your organization and your customers?
Great question. So first of all, partners are the lifeblood for Microsoft. 4 out of 5 opportunities you help us close. So you are absolutely key in both the pre and the post-sales opportunities. So when you're looking at sharing opportunities, and by the way, this is both directions. So building a strong relationship with your Microsoft account team is critical because we can share opportunities with you and you can share opportunities with us because you may see something that we aren't, right? So the best way to do that is through Partner Center. And I would like to think most of you know exactly where to go, but just go look online, Partner Center, and that's where you can get engaged. And if you need more information about how to become a certified partner, there's lots of information out there. The other thing is meet with your account team at Microsoft regularly and talk about things that you're seeing, trends and customers you're working with, because even though we may have already sold into a customer, there may be an opportunity to sell again. And for the most part, Microsoft sells the licenses. I know some partners, offer CPS services and what have you, but for the most part, most of our customers buy through an enterprise agreement. So getting involved and engaged in that right cycle, et cetera, is very key. You offer the services, you offer the enablement, so you are absolutely critical to what we do. And last but not least, one thing that doesn't work well is inviting customers to a competitive platform to have a conversation about Microsoft, right? So hopefully you're already using Teams. That is definitely one of the best ways to build that relationship with us and carry on. So with that, I know we're at time, turning it back over to you, Kevin, Leon.
Yeah, and again, thanks everybody for your time.
Yeah, keep those numbers coming, and perhaps straight into our topic. So, Cassandra, I will hand it straight over to you if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Martin. And super excited to be here with you all today. Talking about Microsoft Teams Phone, so I'm glad to be able to kick off with a soft intro that hopefully will set the foundation for the next sessions as well. So we're going to actually talk about some of our value statements and pillars and how we are actually positioning Teams Phone, the flexibility and ease of use. We're looking at the intelligent productivity and how we actually create meaningful and rich engagements. Security, reliability, and simplicity to manage, which we know that are top of mind for a lot of our customers. And then moving into some of the very high level overview of the licensing, as well as team devices for Teams Phone. So with that, let's take just a quick moment to actually take this quote first and think about it. We are exposed to 24/7 news cycle. We actually expect same-day services a lot of the time. We face work deadlines that have been unthinkable just a few years ago. This is actually an unprecedented time for change and innovation, where new technologies, products and services are actually constantly emerging and creating new opportunities, but it also is creating challenges. The influx of information means that there is a higher demand for our attention, time, and energy. So we need to process more in less time. We often switch between different applications, different tasks. Recently I was actually talking to a colleague that read a book called Attention Span, and the research actually showed that we nowadays spend an average of less than a minute in one screen before we actually switch on to the next. It is this overload of of data, information, and always-on communications that can actually impact our productivity, creativity, and our ability to focus on what matters most and how we can actually achieve our goals. So really embracing flexibility and AI are going to be fundamental for most organizations to thrive. So again, making technology work for you, not instead of you, leveraging the data to make better decisions, not to drown in it. And our aim is to bring that technology that can empower employees to work smarter, not harder. And with that growing number of communication channels that we just talked about, our ability to actually keep up can be impacted. I'm sure most of you would be familiar with the feeling of disconnection from our coworkers, dealing with the overload of information like we just mentioned, juggling multiple priorities and deadlines. Is those challenges that can actually affect our performance and overall satisfaction as well. It's essentially collaborating inside or outside your organization and giving us the flexibility that we work how we want. Throughout the session today, Martin and I will talk about Teams Phone and how it's uniquely positioned to enable this new era of work. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive. And I like to start with why a phone call, because a phone call makes all the difference. Martin, maybe we move on to the next one. Excellent, thank you. Because a phone call really can make all the difference. You may have heard us talk about in the past about the power of voice and what this actually means. And we really truly believe that voice is uniquely positioned to help us create meaningful and rich engagements, whether it is to get quickly answers on a call or bringing clarity to some of those nuanced conversations that would sometimes be lost in chat, whether it's because of tone or just the many people that are maybe involved in it. Again, it can also help us establish relationships, whether it's with customers, colleagues, whereas those in-person interactions are becoming a lot less frequent as well. And, plus having the ability to actually communicate with others how and when we need to is what it's all about. And this is how it all comes together. Teams Phone is the smart way to bring calling into the flow of work, bringing calling, chats, meetings, collaboration, and automation together under one app, Teams. We can actually see the benefits of an integrated experience for collaboration and communications. And let us not be shy about the fact that Teams Phone is the market leader in cloud calling with 70 million PSTN-enabled users. That's up 45% year on year, with the highest average score for voice quality as a recent research by GigaOM on reliability actually found. It was a research commissioned by Microsoft. Again, the introduction of Copilot, of which I'm sure you will hear a lot more during today's bootcamp, as well as during the upcoming Ignite. Teams Phone is the first leading UK solution to add generative AI capabilities to phone calls. Super exciting times. Going back to what Connie mentioned earlier, I see this as a super sexy solution, absolutely. And we continue to invest in other capabilities, technologies, and partnerships to help our customers increase efficiency, control costs, and also adapt to this new era of work. So let's look at some of the actual numbers, the economic impact. We commissioned Forrester December last year to carry out a study to determine potential savings for a customer with 10,000 employees. The results that we're showing in here are actually for an enterprise group of customers. And obviously, cost savings can vary based upon the customer size, the deployment schedule, the cloud adoption maturity. There are many things that can actually impact, but 1.6 hours saved per week. Total cost ownership savings of 45% over the replace solution and 143% return on investment over 3 years. Again, these are staggering results, and I would encourage all of you to actually use this research to do that business value calculation with your customers. What would they save in the long run by bringing telephony to the cloud with Teams Phone? Okay, so we saw just very briefly earlier on the agenda, there are 3 areas that we focus on Teams Phone. One is the flexibility and ease of use. We've been hearing this. We understand the need for that integrated solution. We want a calling solution that is intuitive, is efficient, that is accessible. Intelligent and connected. Again, calling that is integrated with the people, the application, and the processes that are critical to our businesses. Secure, reliable, and simple to manage. Calling that gives us the peace of mind that we need in order to support our growing organization needs, to be able to scale. So let's jump straight into it. Let's move on to the next slide. We can probably just go into it directly. Whether it's voice over IP or PSTN calls, Teams Phone has us covered. It is the only calling solution that is actually native to Teams and benefits from the full integrated experience with Microsoft 365. So you can actually make a call directly from any of the Office apps, or actually from a chat or anywhere else. So again, allowing you to make voice and video calls while staying in the flow of work. Super important. I'm going to very briefly look at mobility and how we can actually take this experience to a completely different level with Teams Phone Mobile. And I won't go into a lot of detail here because my colleague Tamar will cover this on later on. But Teams Phone Mobile, you can actually have a single business provided phone number that actually works across your mobile phone and your Teams app. It actually is designed for workers that value the mobility and the flexibility, removing that barrier that used to exist between your phone's native dialer and your Teams environment. So again, it brings communication and collaboration together for that true definition of productive mobility. So being able to make and receive calls from anywhere on any device using the same number and the same app. And we know that work is not actually confined to a single location either, or a device even. Our customers want a calling solution that can actually adapt to changing needs and preferences. So moving between devices and spaces seamlessly, so you can work wherever work takes you or wherever life may take you as well. So you can make any space a workspace. You can merge calls or add another person to a device on an existing call with just a few clicks. You can easily transfer a call to your mobile device to your desktop or vice versa without losing the connection or the quality. And with Teams Phone, you can enjoy that consistent, intuitive calling experience across those devices, from basic desk phones to Teams displays. No matter what device you actually use, you can access the same features and functionalities that Teams Phone brings, whether it's voicemail, call history, contacts, settings. And when you need to use a shared device, such as Teams display, for example, or a common area phone, you can simply log in with your credentials and experience the same familiar interface, avoiding any actual delays or confusion that may be caused by context switching. Teams Phone actually gives you the flexibility and convenience of using any device that suits your needs and preferences. If we move on to the productivity, intelligent productivity, we go straight to the first one, and I'm going to hand over very briefly now to Martin to actually do as a demo. But organizations are continuing to look for new ways to harness the power of AI to work more flexibly and intelligently. And that's really where Copilot in Teams Phone comes in. Like I mentioned a minute ago, it is the first calling solution to add generative AI, and this is super exciting times. The opportunities are endless. So I'm going to hand over rather than going into any more details, so I don't actually ruin the moment for you, Martin. If you want to walk us through your demo.
Will do. Thank you very much. So I thought I'd bring you a little first a demo of myself using Copilot in Teams Phone in this example, and then we'll look at another really useful scenario that I think Copilot will sort of really transform the way we're doing phone calls. But in this scenario, I made a PSTN call and I was making an appointment. So if we go through this little short video, so I turned on Copilot, which turns on transcription. It alerts the person that this is being recorded and transcribed. So with this call, I was about 10 minutes in here at the top, you can see, and I asked Copilot to summarize the call so far. Quite often I'm talking away and I forget where I'm at in the call. Hold on, sorry, it skipped. But I can use Copilot to really summarize where I was at that time, what I was doing, and in this case, making an appointment. I hadn't written down what the date or the time was for that scenario. And here we go, Copilot kind of gives me this key topics, and it summarizes here. I was booking an appointment with the person. It gave me, it from the transcript told me when it was, what we've discussed. And you can see Copilot also has got these numbers here that we can actually use as reference points to go through and see where Copilot has found this in the transcript. Here's an example here. So what I can also do is, using Copilot and these suggestive prompts, list the action items from the call. So further on in the call, I asked Copilot to list the action items, and there was a couple. One for me as well. As I was going through, I did agree to complete a survey at the end of this, and there was an action item for the health centre to send me that confirmation by email. Again, those reference points to where Copilot referenced that information straight from the transcript there. I can also, use Copilot and ask anything about that call. I could format things into tables. That there's some kind of suggestions. And at the end of the call, I wanted to wrap up, and generate call notes. And there's me going through the dial pad using the survey there. So that's kind of an example of using Copilot that I used this week. And Copilot summarized that, used the generative AI, gave me really short summaries, action items, and was able to generate the call notes that I could copy and also reference, back to. The other scenario that I think is really powerful for Copilot is particularly in call transfer scenarios. So in this kind of short video here, you can see this call's in flight, but what I can actually do is copy the output from Copilot and leverage that output into a call transfer scenario. So in this scenario here, we're transferring and consulting with Adele. We have a caller on the line, and what we can actually do is copy that output from Copilot, send it straight and as part of that call transfer scenario. So there's saving a lot of time and effort in getting somebody else up to speed. I can actually use Copilot to summarize what we've already discussed, what's outstanding, what's the action items, all within that transfer. So saving so much time in not just handing over that call to somebody else, but also for the end customer who's on the line, waiting as well. So there's kind of two great use cases of Copilot in Teams Phone as well. Also, Copilot in Teams, bringing Copilot, you can leverage that in chats, in meetings as well. Obviously, this being Teams Phone Bootcamp, we want to focus on the great stuff that Copilot can do in Teams Phone. So with that, I'm going to hand it back over to you, Cassandra, and we will jump back into the next topic.
Thank you, Martin. I must admit, Copilot is probably, I've only been using it a few weeks now, and I think I can actually think of what life was like before we had Copilot. I think this is probably one of those technologies that the adoption curve is just going to be amazing to actually see, of people just taking onto it. So great to see that demo. Okay, so we're talking about how being more efficient, how do we actually work, not only with others and for ourselves, but also as a team. You can actually use Teams Phone with a range of capabilities that can help your organization handle both internal and external calls more efficiently, resulting on those improved experiences for both staff as well as customers. For example, you can use auto group call pickup to ring multiple people at once when someone calls your number, so that the call can actually be answered by the first available person. You can also use consultative transfers, just like Martin showed us with Copilot, to ask someone if they're ready to take the call before transferring it to them, or transfer the call directly to their voicemail. And because, we have life keeps on moving, even when you are unavailable, you can use call delegation and share line appearance to actually designate others to make and take calls on your behalf. Lastly, you can also personalize call forwarding options like simultaneous rings and busy settings, so you don't ever need to miss a thing. It is all about working efficiently as a team and staying connected with others. But staying connected is actually one component. Being able to do so in a way that actually fosters inclusivity is what really matters. Teams Phones brings a range of features and capabilities that can help us communicate and collaborate more effectively and accessibly, such as automatic speech recognition. So you can use ASR to transcribe your voice calls in real time. You can follow the conversation and capture important information. Live captions, again, you can use live captions to display the conversation in over 40 languages. Call recording and transcript. Again, something that you actually already are probably very familiar with in meetings, you have that within the calls as well. And then voicemail playback, summary, and transcript. Again, they are just some of the features and capabilities within Teams and Teams Phone that makes the technology a lot more accessible. And with Teams and Teams Phone, customers have a variety of options that allows us to bring calling capabilities into the actual customer communications workflows. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because I know that some of the sessions actually go into a much deeper deep diving here. So built-in auto attendance, call queues, and voice-enabled channels, you can actually route and manage your customer calls with these built-in capabilities. You can easily connect Teams Phone with your Teams certified contact center solution, and you can deliver personalized experiences with collaborative agent experiences that are powered by Microsoft Digital Contact Center platform. And I'll touch on this in a little bit more detail. Maybe we move to, let's go into the next slide. Thank you. Perfect. So with the Microsoft Digital Contact Center platform, contact centers are actually equipped with modern digital tools to engage customers across voice, video, and other digital engagement channels, all powered by Microsoft Dynamics 365, Microsoft Teams, Power Platform, and Nuance. So again, the platform brings together a comprehensive and flexible solution for contact centers, delivering best-in-class AI that powers self-service experiences, live customer engagements, collaborative agent experiences, business process automation, advanced telephony, and fraud prevention capabilities. Again, the open nature of the platform itself enables us to build on what we already have and easily add any combination of capabilities that we need to take the contact center to the next level. And the last one in here that I would actually just very briefly touch on is Azure Communication Services. With Azure Communication Services, we can use cloud-based APIs and SDKs to actually integrate voice, video, chat, SMS, email, and more into your applications. You can leverage the same low latency global communications network that powers Microsoft Teams to actually deliver reliable and secure communication experiences. You can also connect your custom apps to Teams and enable that interoperability between the users and Teams users. So whether you're actually looking to create a business to consumer, a consumer to consumer, or a business to business communication solution, with Azure Communication Service, we can actually help them build faster and easier so that you can provide that richer experience. And lastly, let's go straight onto this. With Teams Phone, you can automatically adjust the audio and video quality of your calls based on available bandwidth and network conditions. It uses advanced codecs and algorithms to reduce the latency, the jitter, and packet loss, and to actually enhance speech clarity and intelligibility. Your callers will actually experience reduced background noise using built-in noise suppression. It can filter out unwanted sounds such as keyboard typing, paper rustling, dog barking, anything. You can also adjust the level of noise suppression according to your environment and situation. You can also monitor network performance and the health of your calls in real time, whilst also alerting you of any issues or potential problems. Providing suggestions and recommendations on how you can actually optimize your network settings and configurations for the best call experience. And again, I know that there is a session on Teams Admin Center a little bit later on, but with call quality dashboard and call analytics, you can actually view detailed insights on the call quality and the performance. So you can use these tools to view metrics, reports, trends, diagnostics on your calls, such as network health, audio quality, video quality, device usage, user feedback, and you can use these tools to actually help you troubleshoot issues, identify root causes, and also take corrective actions. And we understand the need for flexibility when it comes to connectivity across all of our customers, and no one customer's needs is the same. That's why in Teams, you can actually choose from one or multiple connectivity options. And I think Tamar goes into quite a bit of detail in here, but essentially what I'd say is from an all-in cloud solutions like Teams calling plans, you can go into third-party provided connectivity options such as Teams for mobile, Operator Connect, or via direct routing with on-premise deployments as well. Or you can have a combination of all of them as well, depending on your customer needs. So again, the key in here is the flexibility. And one thing that we hear continuously from our customers is, okay, so this is all very good. Flexibility, options, you are available everywhere. How does that actually translate to actual service quality and reliability? Again, I mentioned earlier this GigaOM analysis, where we looked at service uptime as well as call quality between Microsoft, RingCentral, and Zoom. During the testing, all three services actually earned 100% uptime scores, while Microsoft earned the highest average score for call quality. With built-in tolerance, in addition, you can also make sure that your calls are always connected and available, like Connie mentioned earlier, in the event of a network outage or failure, for example. It uses multiple data centers and regions to provide that redundancy and backup for your calls, and it automatically switches to the best available option in case of disruption as well. And delivering on that promise of reliable PSTN service through proactive network monitoring, automated system optimization, and fault-tolerant redundancy that is all supported by the Microsoft infrastructure. And I know Connie mentioned the Survival Branch appliance, that we continue to provide updates and optimize on what it actually provides. You can actually maintain your call functionality even when you lose that connectivity. And to provide you with a peace of mind, and I'll just mention, I know we've moved, so don't worry about going back, but Teams Phone guarantees a high level of availability and reliability for your calls with a service level agreement of 99.99% uptime, financially backed SLA. So again, you can expect less than 5 minutes of downtime per year for your calls, which is one of the highest standards in the industry as well. And Teams Phone gives you the confidence your people and your organization are protected with end-to-end encryption for one-to-one calls, for spam protection as well. Additional, Teams Phone can actually support compliance and governance requirements from various regulations and standards such as GDPR and HIPAA. You can use features like retention policies, discovery, audit logs to actually manage and monitor your call records and activities. And you can also use features like call recording, transcription, like captions to capture and also store your call content, in addition to third-party provided compliance recording solutions, which again is something that is being talked a little bit later on. So I'll just mention, if we move on to the next one, I'll just mention organizations that may be required by a regulatory body to record, store, and process communications through online meetings and calls based on admin policy can actually stay compliant by integrating their existing compliance recording solution with Teams. And again, I won't go into a lot of details, but there is a large number of third-party compliance recording solutions providers supported as well. And Martin is going to cover this in a little bit more detail on one of the upcoming sessions, but assigning an emergency address to each of your users ensures that the most precise dispatchable location information possible is provided to Teams users for being able to make in those emergency calls, enhancing that safety and security that we all need. So again, you can use a Teams emergency calling policy to configure who should be notified during an emergency call and how they're notified. But I won't go into more detail. Martin will cover into a lot more a little bit later on. And lastly, from me, one of the very, very important benefits of a centralized communication solution is centralized management and administration. And through a single Teams admin experience, phone numbers can actually be procured and assigned, devices can be provisioned, capabilities can be configured, and policies can be set, all with speed and ease. That helps our customers and IT teams to actually stay ahead of what's actually next. And with that, I'm going to very quickly hand over to Martin, who's going to be talking about
is the core control that enables the connection for the PSTN connectivity options that Tamer will go into a bit more detail on. Phone system is included here in Microsoft 365 E5. Also, it can be added as an add-on, so Teams Phone using Teams Phone Standard to any of the other Office 365 and Microsoft 365 SKUs as well. Now, if we start from the top here with VoIP calling, so kind of one-to-one voice over IP calls or group calls, that is included within Teams in the Microsoft 365 Office 365 plans that include Teams, also Teams Essentials as well. Phone system, I just mentioned that it's either as an add-on or included in Microsoft 365 E5 here as well. But you can also see at the bottom here we have calling plans. This is kind of Microsoft's calling plan here, where we have unlimited incoming minutes included, outgoing minutes are included based on license purchased, and there's different options for calling plans as well, ranging from pay-as-you-go, there's domestic, international. Also, check on the different country and regions because the calling plans and minutes can vary slightly in there as well. Tamer will do kind of an introduction and a deeper dive on calling plans, but you can see that there is kind of Teams Phone with calling plan kind of add-ons and SKUs here as well. But there are some links that we can drop in here, but definitely go and have a look at the Teams Phone licensing as well. I think Sean mentioned that a lot of customers out there may already be licensed and have Microsoft 365 E5, and they're already licensed for phone system, and they could use that and enable that straight away. So definitely looking where there are E5 customers, there is an opportunity where they already have paid for and have phone system that they can turn and use and enable. So let's now jump and have a look at kind of more resource account licensing. So that was more user-based licensing, but we also have resource account licensing. And kind of what is a resource account and why do we need a license for it? So the resource accounts are used for auto attendance and call queues, and Colin will jump into that topic in a bit more detail about what they are. But with auto attendance and call queues, these types of kind of resources have a lot more high concurrency of calls. These are used for if you're using auto attendance, call queues, or creating ring groups, hunt groups. And these allow for hundreds of calls, thousands in some cases, simultaneously into a single number. So with these auto attendance and call queues, we need to license them with a resource account license. Now, this Teams Phone resource account license is provided at no extra cost, but you can see at the bottom here that it does depend on when licensed. For Teams Phone, you automatically get 25 Teams Phone resource account licenses plus one for every 10 Teams Phone users, license users. So there's a little bit of maths there in terms of the amount of resource accounts, but they are at no extra cost and they are required for auto attendance and call queues. And you can request these in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Here's a nice little summary, kind of bringing that all together from personal licensing that you can leverage on personal devices, shared devices, and I'll touch on that next in a bit more detail about what is the Teams shared device license. And I've just mentioned the shared services, which is our auto attendance and call queues that leverage resource account licenses. So with Teams Phone devices, so these may be your physical desk phones, that you can use with Teams Phone, as well as peripherals like headsets. If you sign in with a Teams Phone kind of user-based license, you'll get that personal experience on a personal device. In shared devices, this is where we'd look to leverage the team shared device license, which should lead me into this one quite nicely. So the shared device license, primarily this is targeted at areas where shared areas for device types like common area phones. So in a lobby, for example, or in a warehouse floor, but also for Teams displays, Teams panels as well. So if you're leveraging Teams rooms, Teams panel, that's a device that sits outside the room that gives you kind of a schedule for the room. You can reserve the space. And Teams displays are often in a shared area where you could walk up, sign in to that display, leverage, scan your phone to use the QR code. This is where you'd license these devices with the shared device license. The shared device license was previously known as the common area phone device license. And the Team shared device license does include a number of service plans within that. So you do get your license for Teams, Teams Phone, Intune, Azure Active Directory Premium Plan 1 or Entra, and also Exchange Online Plan, but only for cloud-based voicemail capabilities only. The shared device license does give you functionality, which includes call queues, auto attendance, call park, and retrieve as well. So let's have a look at some of those devices. This is a very quick introduction, but when we're looking at this, Teams Phone allows you to leverage many certified different device types, from headset speakers, and that they can be wired, wireless, DECT, Bluetooth, single ear. There's a number of different types of peripherals that we've got. Also, ranging from speakers, mobile devices, earbuds, that can be used as well. One key thing is make sure these devices are certified for Teams. There is a great range and flexibility in the device types, and really useful to really match these to different types of users and personas to make sure you get the right device for the right person that they can leverage the most, whether they're working in an office, a shared environment, a noisy environment, or they're an on-the-road warrior as well. Teams displays I just mentioned, this is where we leverage that shared device license. So often these could be used in a shared space. You could walk up kind of for hot desking. You could scan a QR code, sign into that Teams display, and leverage that as kind of your Teams device to join meetings, share content in on as well. Desk phones, there's a wide range in the portfolio of desk phones, ranging from touch phones, non-touch phones, common area phones, exec level phones with touch screens as well, that you can leverage with Teams Phone as well if need be. I definitely say when going through with customers and looking at that, choosing the right device is key. Do you truly need a desk phone, or can embrace kind of flexibility around the different headsets, speakers, earbuds that we've got? I mentioned certification, so when leveraging and using the different peripherals and devices, please make sure and look at the Teams certified device list. There's a great site where you can go and explore and have a look at all the Teams devices that we've got, and there is a really wide range of portfolio for those devices, but they are really all they are all certified to make sure these deliver reliable, high quality audio, and in some cases video experiences for Teams. They can be integrated with a Teams button that does different features, kind of mute, unmute, and you can leverage. We mentioned call quality dashboard, but you can leverage call quality dashboard to really look at your devices, because getting the right device and the certified device really ensures that call quality, and you want to make sure that the person using the device and the person at the other end has a really good experience. And we'll talk about this in a bit more detail, but SIP Gateway, I think Alan mentioned SIP Gateway, and this is where you can connect compatible kind of SIP phones to Teams Phone, leveraging SIP Gateway, which is a cloud service. And you can connect to a variety of different Teams endpoints here, from phones, but also overhead paging systems, intercoms, door phones, display speakers as well that we've got. And SIP Gateway, it gives you some supported features there to give you a level and an amount of kind of limited call functionality there between inbound, outbound calls, call transfer, audio conferencing, meeting dial-in, device do not disturb, voicemail in there as well. There is a compatibility list, and we will talk about this in more detail and roadmap in a session coming up soon. So definitely, have a look at that. But this is all about integrating these, in some cases, SIP devices, but also can be analog devices into Teams Phone, leveraging a cloud-based service from SIP Gateway. So that's everything we've got from this session, kind of giving you, an introduction, a high-level view of everything, and now we'll kind of deeper dive.
So we're going to talk a little bit about Teams Phone. I think that we've done a great job of going through all the great things that Teams Phone can do, all the great features, the capabilities, the innovation that we're building into Teams Phone. We're now going to go and talk a little bit about how do you get started and what are some of the things to consider around Teams Phone and connectivity. We're going to start with talking a little bit about the overview of Teams Phone. So if you take a look at that top piece over there, that's kind of what we've been talking a little bit about. The capabilities, the features, really everything that brings Teams Phone together from that perspective. We're going to spend a little bit of time talking about this middle row. I know that Martin covered some of the devices and endpoints as well. I think we're going to talk a little bit more about that later. But in general, this middle column is, or this focusing a little bit on in the next few minutes. So a few things to think about. When you think about Teams Phone, you think about all of these great PBX features that Cassandra and Martin talked a little bit about. But we have to figure out how to connect the Teams Phone capability to the PSTN network. And that's kind of where all of this comes in. And so we have 4 different distinct ways that I'll cover in detail in my next section on how do we configure and how do we set up Teams Phone to connect to the PSTN network. We have Teams calling plans, which is a Microsoft first-party option. And then we have Operator Connect, Direct Routing, and Teams Phone Mobile that all rely on our operator telco ecosystem to bring their PSTN network into Teams. So we're going to see very soon how easy it is to bring all of that capability into Teams Phone. We want to make sure that you understand that since we are talking about a true PBX replacement, we do provide all of this rich capability within Teams. So we bring a very, very familiar calling interface in the Microsoft Teams app. All of the things that you would expect from a phone system experience is available in the Teams app as well. So for example, you have a very familiar dial pad, call history. You can have point-to-point Teams calls, or you can make PSTN calls and receive PSTN calls as well. You see your phone number listed under the dial pad and some of the other capabilities that you would expect. We have a contact and a unified contact store. You'll hear a little bit more about what that looks like on our roadmap. Of course, dial by name, dial by number is available as well. Of course, and then you have various different settings to be able to do call forwarding, to be able to change your device, to be able to have your speed dials if you would want to, and lots of other really, really rich capabilities. You can also see, very similar to what you would see on a mobile phone, your call history, and you can filter based on your missed calls and also see your voicemails, which are also transcribed within Teams as well. So a very comprehensive sort of Teams phone and calling capability that's available to you right in the Teams app as a native capability. And when you think about all of that, right? When we do say this is a true PBX replacement, all the basic calling features that you would expect from a PBX replacement are available, like receiving and placing calls, placing calls on hold, initiating calls by name or by number, hold, retrieve, DID phone numbers, We can also do extension dialing. I'll talk a little bit about shared calling in a second. Switching your device if you want to switch from your headset to your desk phone device or for your laptop speakers. All of those capabilities are available within this modern calling app. And of course, all of the features that we talked about earlier, especially things like federated calling, where you can call any Teams user worldwide within Teams as well, is also available within this Teams app. But then we also have some advanced features, some really great things that we can do. For example, we can do transferring calls, and this is to any colleague within the organization. If I'm having a chat with Martin and I wanted to actually transfer that call to Leon, I can, look him up and add the person to the call or transfer that call as well. We have caller ID, reverse caller ID with name lookup, some really, really great features that we have in that capability. And then the most powerful thing, really, if you think about Teams as this collaboration platform or this hub for teamwork, as we say, this ability to uplift calls. So, we take sort of this voice thing for granted where, sometimes we expect it to live in a silo to say, okay, I'm making a phone call. That's all I'm really going to be able to do. But within Teams, you can then uplift that call to make it a three-way call or a conference call. We can do, we can add content to it so we can collaborate on content. We can add video so we can engage a little bit better with each other. There's a lot of really rich capability when you think about Teams, and all of that capability also exists in phone when you incorporate that as well. So that's super important to keep in mind as well. We're going to talk a little bit about shared calling, and then we're going to be following that up with a quick demo that Martin's going to run for us. So shared calling is this new idea or this new capability, and it came from a lot of customer feedback. Our customers used to say, I really don't want to have a phone number or a DID associated with every single user. I don't feel the need for all of my users to have DIDs. And so we introduced this concept of shared calling, which allows you to have a single phone number, just one phone number, and multiple users accessing that phone number, both to receive calls on and to place calls out with as well. This allows sort of organizations to really simplify their deployments. If they have one phone number that they bring from their carrier, they can do that, and then they can actually have all of their users use that same phone number to be able to do those, to be able to connect to the PSTN. So that's super important. Of course, with shared calling, you have a couple of options. You can either use Microsoft as the operator where it's supported, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, or you can bring your own operator's phone number and leverage that for shared calling as well. And we do support full emergency services on shared calling also. This really accelerates telephony deployments, right? A lot of time people get hung up on, okay, I need to do number management, or I need to figure out what numbers I need to assign to my users, or get numbers or port numbers in from my existing service. This really allows you to circumvent some of those complications, but still be able to provide external calling capabilities to your users. You can also consolidate a lot of calling, like a lot of organizations don't have large populations that require DIDs for them to be able to give out to external parties. So you can consolidate that and bring that sort of into the shared calling experience. The way it works is that you have this one phone number that I was talking about, whether you bring it in from your own operator or use a Microsoft provided calling number, and you assign it to a resource account. And that resource account can then be associated with either a call queue or an auto attendant for us to be able to route to a particular user. So let's say you have, for the sake of argument, 1,000 or 2,000 users within your organization using shared calling. You have one resource account that would be connected to an auto attendant that would then ring when for inbound calls, and then they could do dial by name directory to be able to reach the users. And when they're placing a call outbound, that is the phone number that would be presented to the called party for shared calling. So super cool capability for us to be able to enable a bunch of different users all at once. Like I said, it goes across all of the principles that exist today for Teams Phone. You can have an auto attendant resource account, you can have a call queue, you can assign an emergency routing policy to it with an address that you wanted to associate it, so that it goes to a physical location. And you can assign that phone number to that resource account and then across all of your users. Today, we don't have a particular limit on how many users you can support with shared calling as well. So really, really cool capability, very new. Make sure you go and check it out. The way that it works from a routing perspective is just something that you just need to keep in mind, right? So we support one-to-one PSTN outbound calls. So if a shared calling user wants to make a call outbound, they can do that. And you can take a look at this chart to see, hey, what will be the caller ID that's presented and how is that going to be routed out to the user's policy. Similarly for inbound, the inbound number has to route to either a call queue or an auto attendant. And once that's done, you can route that to a particular user based on the routing policy that you have. And then, of course, if you make an emergency call outbound, there's a couple of things. It could be the PSTN usage of that resource account, or it could be the emergency call routing PSTN usage based on how you set up your emergency call routing in dynamic emergency calling as well, depending on which region you're setting this up for. So there's a lot of different options in terms of what you could do with shared calling as well. Some things to think about when you're enabling shared calling: how many numbers will be required, how many users will be requiring shared calling to be used. You've got to think about emergency location for that particular number. How will the numbers be connected, either via auto attendant, either dial by name, dial by extension? Do I want it to go to a call queue and ring all my users? Those are some of the things you have to think about when you're thinking about shared calling. And then, of course, if the number is coming from an operator, or especially an operator connect partner, operator connect partners do have this choice to support shared calling or not. We are working with all of our operators to provide support for shared calling, but that's something that they've got to be able to support. And then you have to consider usage and charges for that, right? So just because you have one number doesn't mean that the capacity goes down. You still need to be able to support multiple concurrent calls by those users if they need to make external calls. So that's going to be some of the considerations you'd have to make for shared calling. I'm going to turn it back over to Martin for a few seconds to go over a really good demo of shared calling so you can see it in action. Martin?
Thanks, Timur. Right, so let's have a look. So I thought I'd just quickly share some. I didn't share this in the other bootcamp, but there was some questions from it. So in terms of configuration for shared calling, there is some great documentation here, but there is some configuration steps that need to be done here. So there is some planning documentation and there's some configuration here as well. So one question that popped up in the chat I did see was, do users still require a Teams Phone license? For share calling, yes, they do. And there is some other steps and considerations that you need to have a look at, and within the documentation, that there is a link to all of this. So to configure shared calling at the moment, it is via PowerShell. There is a shared calling example scenario here with the PowerShell within here as well. And there was a question in the chat about the PowerShell module version. You need to have the latest PowerShell version. I did drop it in and publish that. But you can see that there is some configuration here to get the user, enable the user with a license, and also to have the resource account or the auto attendant set up with a phone number as well. So if I just jump to Teams Admin Center for the moment, I'll just show you the resource account that I've got configured just to kind of set the scene. So I've already got an auto attendant. I've already got a resource account. It's already licensed. It can make outbound calls as well. So this is set up via Operator Connect. So my resource account here that was already configured is main AAOC. It has a telephone number here as well. So that was already pre-configured, and then I've gone through and configured shared calling via PowerShell and enabled it for a user called Alan. So Alan de Jong here that we'll go and have a look at. So Alan within Teams, let me just expand this a little bit. So if we go to calls, so same, very almost the same experience for this user as if they had a telephone number assigned to them with their own, in some cases, calling plan. So shared calling can be used with calling plans. Taimur mentioned Operator Connect. Just check with the operator that they support shared calling. So this operator I'm using here does support shared calling. So this is configured with Operator Connect. Direct routing is also supported as well. So you'll see what one difference here is, there isn't a phone number for this user because Alan doesn't have a phone number. He's leveraging shared calling, and that phone number's on the resource account as well. So in this scenario, Alan, to make an outbound call, this you can see in the call history. I've already been doing some testing, but I'll make an outbound call here. This would ring my cell phone or my mobile phone, which is ringing. I can answer that call. So that's an outbound call, kind of with shared calling. If I want to, make an inbound call to Alan, I'm calling into the auto attendant.
Like to contact.
Alan de Jong.
I think you said Alan de Jong. Is that correct?
Yes.
Say yes or transferring your call to Alan de Jong.
So we see now the inbound call come in via that auto attendant, and Alan can answer that call. So or within leveraging shared calling, Alan doesn't have a shared phone number, but he's making inbound and obviously outbound calls via the auto attendant, leveraging shared calling. So that was a very kind of whirlwind demo of shared calling. So Taimur, I'll hand it back over to you if that's okay.
Sure, Martin. Thank you for that fantastic demo. So we'll step back into some sort of connectivity overview that we were going to talk a little bit about, and then we'll cover some of this stuff in detail later on as well. But just really quickly, we talked about these 4 different mechanisms to connect Teams Phone to PSTN. So we'll talk a little bit about that, introduce them, and then we'll go into some details. Teams calling plans, these are sort of first-party Microsoft offering. It's available in a number of countries. We'll go over in our next section. But the idea here is that you leverage Microsoft as your operator, and you can procure numbers all from the Teams Admin Center and all managed from the Teams Admin Center as well. Very simple to set up, and it has a bunch of different plan options that we'll take a look at later as well. The next one we're going to talk a little bit about is Operator Connect. This is kind of similar to Teams Phone Microsoft calling plans, except it has your own operator as a capability to bring phone numbers, DID numbers, and minutes into Teams Phone. Again, super simple to set up. You can go in the Teams Admin Center, you can search by country to see which operators are providing service in those particular countries as well. And we'll talk more detail about Operator Connect in my next section. Teams Phone Mobile is a really, really cool service that's new. It's relatively new, rather. We launched in the beginning of this year. And this is to bring native mobile experiences into Teams. We'll talk about this in more detail as well. But this is a mobility-first solution for Teams, and one of Industry's first integrations in the way that we have provided this capability straight into Teams. So super cool functionality, which I'll talk a little bit about later as well. We have launched about 6 countries, or actually now 8 countries, with Teams Phone Mobile. and we are rapidly expanding across the globe for Teams Phone Mobile. So keep an eye out for our roadmap on which countries are coming next and when Teams Phone Mobile is coming to a provider and country near you. And then finally, direct routing. Direct routing has been a staple of Teams since Teams started a few years ago. And by far, it provides the most amount of flexibility in terms of bringing this capability, both from a deployment options perspective, plus from a feature and capability perspective, as well as the availability. It's available in everywhere that M365 is sold. And we'll talk a little bit about that as well. And then finally, audio conferencing. Audio conferencing is also something people consider as a voice sort of workload because it's for dial-in capabilities into your meetings. So any Teams meeting obviously can be joined by a rich Teams client, a web browser-based Teams client, any of the Teams devices, rooms, phones, but can also be dialed into for an audio-only connection. So Microsoft provides audio conferencing capabilities for free as part of all of our eSKUs and all of our vSKUs. So that's available in 110 countries. We have local dial-in numbers. We have toll-free dial-in numbers to be able to do that. We also provide dial-out. So you can have about 60 minutes per user per month pooled that you can dial out with in some zone countries, and the rest of them you can do pay as you go for dial out as well. So there's lots of options for you to set up dial-in audio conferencing as well. So with that, we're going to move into our next section, which is going to be our PSTN interconnectivity deep dive. I'll talk a little bit about the details of everything that we were sharing with you earlier, and sort of going through some of the details on the different ways to connect PSTN to Teams. So basically, we're going to talk a little bit about these different things that we mentioned: Teams phone calling plans, Operator Connect, direct routing, and we're also going to talk a little bit about Teams Phone Mobile. I'm going to make sure that I actually include our computer sound here. Just give me a second, because there is a video that I would like to play for you. It's actually a pretty cool video, and I want to make sure that you are able to hear that. So yeah, so basically we're going to talk a little bit about all of these that we have. I mentioned these 4 capabilities earlier, and if you think about, if you put them on a map and you sort of go from left to right, apologies, I think there was a little bit of a hiccup on my meeting. So if you look at this on the map, you can see going from left to right, simplicity on the Microsoft Teams calling plan side, Teams Phone Mobile, Operator Connect, and then direct routing. So it goes from really, really simple, easy to use, super fast and ready and easy to set up, all the way to complex, a lot more flexibility, a lot more use cases and corner cases to be able to set up. The important thing is that Teams Phone lights up all of these particular options. And so your users can choose, or your organizations can choose how to connect their Teams Phone licenses and their enablement to the PSTN. If you think about the customer decision on what it is to be able to make, there really isn't much end user difference in any of these capabilities except for Teams Phone Mobile, which I'll talk a little bit about. So Teams calling plans, Operator Connect, and direct routing have a very similar end user experience. So you have to think about really good reasons as to why you would choose one or the other. Like I said, if you wanted to prioritize a really fast and really quick deployment, calling plans, Operator Connect, and Teams Phone Mobile are probably the right choices. If you really need something super customizable, whether you have a regulatory reason or you have a local media reason or integration into analog devices, contact centers, fax devices, third-party PBXs, direct routing can provide some really great flexibility as well. So really make sure that you go walk your customer through, either with a workshop or through some other activity to be able to identify what is the use case that the customer is trying to solve for, to be able to figure out what that connectivity option might look like. So let's talk a little bit about calling plans. Calling plans imply that Microsoft is your operator. Microsoft provides the phone number, the call carriage, the minutes, and the billing. All is done by Microsoft. This is a super important piece. Microsoft does this in a bunch of different countries. We'll see in a second. But we support number porting, very quick to provision through the Teams Admin Center, and we have multiple plans to be able to leverage Teams calling plans. Essentially, the Teams users don't have to do anything. They get enabled as soon as you assign that number to that particular user, and then away we go. If you think about what these, just before we go there, the calling plan markets that we have, again, continue to change. There's links online to go and take a look at it. I think we're at about 36 or 38 calling plan markets in the world today. You can see the list. There's actually a bunch of them in the ASEAN region as well. So you can take a look and see which calling plan markets Microsoft supports as a first-party service. We have a bunch of different calling plans. They do vary by country though, so you want to make sure that these calling plans are available in your market. But we have a pay-as-you-go plan, and then a 120-minute plan, a domestic plan, and an international plan. These are mostly related to outbound calling. Inbound calling is usually included. And then we have various different prices for them based on the zone and the zone of countries as well. We also have a international plan that includes domestic outbound as well as international outbound calling as well. So there's a lot of things for you to think about based on the usage that you expect from a user and what kind of calling they would like to have, either domestic or international. Lots and lots of flexibility here to be able to go forward. So when should you think about calling plans? Calling plans are a great use case if you wanted to eliminate your on-premise telephony infrastructure, if you wanted to choose Microsoft as your provider, if you wanted to really be up and running in one or key of your locations very quickly, especially if it's a location that's supported by Microsoft as a calling plan country. Those are some really key decision points that you could make to allow calling plans to be the enablement mechanism for Teams Phone for users or a subset of users. Okay. The enablement is pretty simple. You buy and assign the licenses to the users, you get the phone numbers from Microsoft, or you port them into Microsoft, you add the emergency locations, and then you actually assign the users to their phone numbers, and then maybe do some adoption messages to your customers to say, or to your users to say, hey, you've now been assigned with a Microsoft phone number. You can make and place phone calls as you would as a normal PBX phone. I'm not going to go through too much of the detail on acquiring the phone numbers. It's all available in the Teams Admin Center. We'll talk a little bit about Operator Connect. Operator Connect is this idea that you can bring in your own operator to Teams. But we've worked with a large set of operators to be able to have a sort of fundamental network connectivity between the operator cloud and the Microsoft Teams cloud to bring a really high quality service to your users. And so, direct routing has been available for a long time, but we wanted to give the operators this really industrialized, scale-based solution and service to be able to provide their PSTN network in a much more highly resilient fashion. I'll talk about some of the tenets that we have with Operator Connect. We thought about what is important for a telco-grade solution to bring to life. And so there's a lot of requirements for Operator Connect partners to be able to provide a resilient solution that has a very high SLA, redundancy built in, certified SBCs, a dedicated network connection to Microsoft Teams, and then be able to provide them with a bunch of APIs to do number management and look at sort of call detail records and all the capabilities that telcos need. This results in a much scalable solution from an operator standpoint, but also a really robust solution from an end user and organizational standpoint. We provide them with dedicated support and go-to-market offerings as well for all of our operators who are Operator Connect partners. The idea here is to have this really close and tight integration. It's not like direct routing. Direct routing really only allows you to provide a SIP trunk between your SBC and the Microsoft Teams cloud. But Operator Connect has all of these other additional capabilities that allow operators to do some functions that are super critical to providing a robust Teams phone service. So that's really a fundamental reason why Operator Connect is the service that it is. I want to make sure that before I go further, that we talk about one of these myths that we have, which is that customers must choose one or the other service. When we think about direct routing versus Operator Connect versus Teams Phone Calling Plan or even Teams Phone Mobile, a lot of people come up and say, oh yeah, customers, you have to choose between all of these services. And if you have one use case for direct routing, that means that you must have direct routing everywhere. That's not the case. All four of these were made to work with each other within a particular tenant. So in a particular tenant, you could have some users that were Microsoft Teams Calling Plan users, some of them Operator Connect users, some of them Teams Phone Mobile, and some of them direct routing, all within that same tenant. In fact, in the case of Operator Connect calling plans and direct routing, it can be the same user that could leverage that capability based on the kind of call that they place and where you want to route that call. So the flexibility of coexisting any of these delivery mechanisms is absolutely fantastic. You can mix and match as much as you want. Operator Connect is what would you consider if you have all of the same considerations from a calling plan perspective, ease of deployment, rapidly, if you wanted to get your users up and running, if you wanted to have no infrastructure on premise, if you wanted to have sort of your own operator into your teams, maybe you have a contract with them, or maybe you get really great rates from them, bringing that operator into Teams. All of those are really good decision points on leveraging Operator Connect for your capability. We were talking about, I was noticing in the chat earlier as well, there were some questions about India. We are launching Operator Connect in India this month. And we're working with some of our very key launch partners. So Airtel, Tata Communications, and Tata Tele are all going to have sort of offerings for Operator Connect in India. This is a very exciting development for us because we have conformed with all of the regulatory requirements that India has to be able to provide sort of this Operator Connect capability for both our Indian customers and tenants based in India, but also for our multinational and global customers who happen to have presence in office and users in India as well. So we're very excited to bring this functionality to life this month in India. I'm going to talk a little bit about Teams Phone Mobile. I mentioned that Teams Phone Mobile is this new and revolutionary way to bring mobility and mobile-first experiences into Teams. We've often thought about Teams or mobility as this silo, like our identity on mobile phones, which is our phone number on our SIM cards, has been very separate from our M365 and Teams identities, which is our SIP URI. And so we want to merge those together. No longer should an experience on a native dialer of a iOS or Android device be in a completely different structure than a Teams or UC experience. We shouldn't have different contacts and different call histories and presence information and voicemail all separately for our mobile device and then separately for UC. It brings for a very fragmented user experience. So for the very first time, we are bringing this mobility experience into Teams, and it's really exciting. I'm going to play a quick video for you to understand all of the really great capabilities that we're bringing into Teams Phone Mobile.
Today's workforce is more mobile than ever. Employees deserve a full-featured, secure, and reliable mobile experience that works across networks and devices. Microsoft Teams Phone Mobile allows organizations that rely on mobile calling for communication and collaboration to elevate and simplify users' mobile experience. With Teams Phone Mobile, your business-provided mobile number and Teams phone number are the same, allowing mobile-first employees to work securely from either their native mobile device experience or Microsoft Teams. When you're on a mobile call, Teams recognizes and updates your present status, making your availability known to your team. You can easily uplift calls, seamlessly moving the call from your native dialer to Teams, gaining all the collaborative benefits of Teams. Your call history is merged, allowing you to easily track call logs across all your Teams endpoints. Outbound caller ID settings can be configured to show a company number, keeping your own business-provided mobile number private. And security policies and compliance recording solutions can be enforced, regardless of where a call is initiated. Unique integration with operators ensures enterprise-grade reliability and call quality. Teams Phone Mobile is easy to set up and manage from the Teams Admin Center. Administrators can provision and assign phone numbers or update policies from one centralized place. Learn more about how you can empower your mobile-first workforce with Teams Phone Mobile.
So an excellent overview.
Today's workforce is more
of what Teams Phone Mobile is. It's designed to be flexible and easy to use. You bring your mobile phone number to a supported provider and integrate it into Teams, straight to the Teams Admin Center like you would any other landline number or fixed line number. You can make and receive calls with that same phone number that you have on your mobile device, on your native dialer within Teams as well. Very, very seamless setup and a great first run experience. And then you have a consolidated view of your call history. So any call history that you would see on your native dialer mobile app, you would see in your UC and your Teams app as well. And then also you have the same voicemail that you would, if your native dialer phone went into voicemail, that voicemail would be delivered into Teams and transcribed just like you would expect. And then also if you were on your native dialer on your mobile device, your presence would update as well within Teams. So all of your colleagues would be able to see that as well. The other thing that's really, really great is never before has this been possible, but if you are on a native dialer call and you receive a call and you answer it on your iOS or Android device, and you wanted to uplift this call to a UC experience, you can now do that. So imagine I'm in my car and I've answered my call on my mobile phone, but I walk into my office or my home office on my desk and I wanted to actually move that call to Teams so that I can add video or add content to that call. That is now possible to do. Once you're on a call, the Teams client automatically shows that you're on a call and you can actually pull that call into the Teams UC client. Super, super powerful experience. Of course, it comes with all the security and reliability that Microsoft 365 has in general, and provides that really great experience across all of your devices, including now your native dialer. The other thing is it's a fantastic reliability and resiliency story as well. So for example, there would be times where perhaps you don't have any cellular data or you have any cell signal, maybe you're in a basement, maybe you're in a train. So that way you can connect to Wi-Fi and use Teams seamlessly in your mobile number from a Teams client perspective. But then maybe you went to a place where you were either roaming or you had very low cellular coverage, so data connectivity wasn't very reliable. You would still have that same phone number experience using your operator network. So extremely reliable from that standpoint as well. And then there's a bunch of different features that we've thought about for Teams Phone Mobile that allow you to be able to present yourself in the way that you would like, so that that mobile number identity is protected. A lot of times people who have mobile number identities, when they leave the company, they take the mobile number with them. And so that also provides a little bit of a risk for your clients or for any external parties that are contacting that phone number. But in this particular case, we allow things like number masking, so that when you make a call leveraging your Teams Phone mobile device, you can actually present the company's phone number versus your personal one. That way, your integrity of your or your employees stays intact. So some really great features. What are some considerations for Teams Phone Mobile? Again, if you wanted sort of quick to provision, quick to sort of enable, simple to use, no on-premise infrastructure, of course, having a mobile-first solution for your mobile-first workers, replacing your PSTN devices. Those are some really key considerations for Teams Phone Mobile. All administered through the Teams Admin Center. You can add users, assign phone numbers to them, be able to sort of provision all of that all on the fly, just like you would for any fixed line sort of deployment as well. We also support bring your own device. This is super important. If you have a personal device with a personal phone number, that doesn't mean that you're excluded from Teams Phone Mobile. You can use a second SIM as a Teams Phone Mobile number, and that SIM can now be a Teams Phone Mobile. We don't need to do anything on your device. You can actually just bring that in, and all of the call history and so on, and any calls that are processed and made from that particular phone or that particular second SIM will be, compliance policy, will have a bunch of different routing mechanisms. So, for example, if your Teams admin has said that this particular user cannot call internationally or cannot call after a certain amount of time in the day, or 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., all of those policies follow from the Teams clients down to your Teams native dialer and SIM. All right, so check out Teams Phone Mobile. Direct routing are going to be our last topic that we're going to talk a little bit about today. You all might be familiar with direct routing. It's been available for a while. It's the ability to sort of bring any PSTN connectivity into a certified SBC, and that certified SBC then connects up to Teams. This is by far the most flexible way to bring in PSTN to Teams. It allows you to a multitude of hosting options. We'll talk a little bit about that, and a multitude of connectivity options on the internal side as well. It has flexibility in terms of interoperating with third-party systems, being able to do media optimization in local media, to be able to deploy survivable branch appliances if you want local survivability independent of the network. There are lots and lots of different deployment methods I'll talk about in a second. You do have to leverage a certified session border controller. We have a bunch of different certified session border controllers that you can take a look at. This list always continues to expand and grow as well. So make sure you take a look and see which one of those session border controllers you could use. I mentioned that there's a bunch of different deployment options for direct routing. We have, of course, the customer hosted, so you could have SBCs on your own premise and be able to do direct routing. You could either have them partner hosted, so somebody could manage that SBC for you in a data center, or you could have them hosted and managed and provided as an end-to-end service by a telco operator as well. So there's a bunch of different ways to be able to deploy direct routing and to be able to leverage all the capabilities that it offers. We have a fantastic health dashboard as well for direct routing. So you can take a look. Let's assume that you have 20, 30 different sites with direct routing. You could take a look at each one of those SBCs, the trunks that they have, the call quality metrics, the call volume, latency, packet loss, jitter, all of the really great things that you could find from a quality perspective on that health dashboard as well. What the status of that SBC is from a capacity standpoint and from an availability standpoint. Lots of really great flexibility in that direct routing health dashboard. So what are some of the considerations that to make for direct routing? The first thing is, if you really have some complexity in your deployment, meaning that you like to integrate with a particular third-party service that you wouldn't be able to otherwise, like a PBX or some analog devices or some capabilities there. There are lots and lots of ways for us to be able to think about direct routing. If you wanted to bring your own sort of PSTN trunks, whether they're analog trunks or TDM or SIP trunks, independent of what operator they are on or independent of where they're coming from. That's a great reason for direct routing as well. If you have a local media requirement, so for example, maybe your site isn't very network friendly, or the network is a little bit congested or low or high latency, you could deploy a local media optimized version of direct routing. And if you have this requirement for a survivable appliance, we should be able to deploy a survivable appliance as well with direct routing. So lots and lots of different things. So in summary, just think through your customer organization and what are some of their requirements, and also break it down by user persona. Super important to keep that in mind. Some users might be really good fit for purpose for Operator Connect, some great for Teams Phone Mobile, maybe even for Microsoft Teams calling plans, and in some cases you might have to think about the complexity and deploy direct routing. Really important for you to work through your customers to figure out what they might need and what they might look like. With that, I'm going to pause here. I've noticed that there's a bunch of questions in the chat window. Martin, I haven't been paying attention to it. Do you want to call a few out that are interesting?
Yeah, sure. So there's one question here. Does a current Operator Connect partner automatically qualify for the Teams mobile solution?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Teams Phone Mobile is built on the Operator Connect construct. We have a mobility strategy. We're working very closely with our MNOs, our mobile network operators, to be able to do a sort of very tight integration. We are not yet at this point where we have a very defined architecture to be able to go forward at a large scale. So we're working with very few select operators to be able to bring this to life, to make sure that we can prove the architecture and its viability and feasibility, but also to be able to make sure that we bring a very high quality service to you. So yes, Operator Connect is a prerequisite for Teams Phone Mobile. There's a bunch of other things we're thinking about and working very closely with our key strategic operators to be able to. So please stay tuned on that and our scalability plans next year.
Awesome. Another one here. Who owns the SIM? Is it Microsoft?
Who owns the SIM?
Yes.
Okay. No, absolutely not. Your organization still owns the SIM. So your organization, the customer organization, will sign up for a mobile plan with one of the Teams Phone operator partners. And that mobile plan is still owned by you, just like you would actually be providing your employees with mobile phone numbers today. You could continue to do that, except now they will be Teams Phone mobile plans that can be integrated directly into Teams. So Microsoft does not own the SIM. The customer continues to own the SIM and the phone number and the mobile plan associated with it.
Awesome. And there's one more. Is there a minimum compatibility for the mobile to work with Teams Mobile?
It's a great question. So yes, we at this point only support iOS and Android devices on the latest sort of iOS update and Android updates. I think a couple of versions, but yes, it is iOS and Android only at this point.
Let me just see if there's any more. No, I think we're covered, Taimur. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you, everybody. I'll take a look at the chat window to see if there's anything interesting there, but I'll hand it back to you, Martin.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So we're going to jump to a break. So let me just pull that one up. And I was just going to give you a quick refresh of where we are in the agenda. So just bear with me one moment. Okay, so we have Taimur's just given us kind of a deeper dive into the PSTN connectivity solutions. Sorry, getting my words out there. We're going to just cut to a 5-minute break. Then we're going to jump into advanced call routing and scenarios. We're going to go through call queues, auto attendance with Colin. We're going to talk about SIP gateway. I'm going to talk about emergency calling. We've also got contact center and compliance recording as well. So we've got multiple speakers in the next session. And then we're going to talk about management. Tracy's going to go on a deep dive of troubleshooting Teams Phone devices. And then I'm going to cover Teams Phone roadmap, and we'll go into a close as well. So I'm going to jump to the timer. So we'll take 5 minutes and we'll see you back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Let me just turn on my camera. I hope you enjoyed that short break. If you need a longer break, you can use the kind of DVR controls. Hit pause and resume when you would like. But just a quick update on the poll that we started at the start of the bootcamp. Australia is still leading the way there, Leon. 34% of our attendees are from Australia, but we've got a great representation around APAC. So thank you so much for everyone for joining us. If you want to jump into the poll, tell us where you're from. You can scan that QR code that we've got up there as well. So in this session, we are going to talk about a few different topics. We've got a few different presenters, and we are going to kick off the discussion here on call queues and auto attendance with Colin. So Colin, I'll hand it over to you if that's okay. So you can either share over the top or take control.
Take control. Thanks very much, Martin. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining. As Martin mentioned, my name is Colin Longman. I am the program manager for what we call voice applications, so auto attendance, call queues, and voicemails. And in particular, today we're going to speak about call queues and auto attendance. Just get my slides to catch up with me here. There we go. So just a quick overview, what is an auto attendant? What is a call queue? So the auto attendant is your digital receptionist, right? It's the automated way to answer incoming calls, to present different greetings and different menus based on time of day, day of week, to present menus, press 1, press 2, press 3. The auto attendant also supports speech recognition, so you don't have to have your callers press 1 or 2. You could have them say sales or support. And the auto attendant is also the tool that provides the dial by name and dial by number functions. So that ability to have someone say the name of the person they want to speak to, or enter the extension number of the person they want to speak to, or to enter the name through touch tone, to spell the name using the touch tone keypad on the telephone. And call queues are a way to queue up your incoming callers. When you have a lot of incoming customers who need to speak to a typically limited pool of people, in a call center world, we call them agents, but these could just as well be internal help desks looking to speak to your IT people, your HR people. This could even be a receptionist from that perspective. But basically, when you're looking to queue calls up until people become available, that's what call queues are for. And these too support custom greetings and music on hold while callers are waiting. And there's a call exception handling options that you can put in to make sure that a caller doesn't sit in queue for too long. And with collaborative calling or voice-enabled channels, depending on how long you've been around since this feature has been out, you can also incorporate some of these features into a Teams channel and get some benefits there of collaboration with all of the other team members. So just a quick review on what have we recently launched for both products and what's currently going into public preview, and then also what's on the private preview and the roadmap. So on the auto attendant side, I mentioned that it can handle your business hours, your after hours, and your holidays. So we recently introduced a capability on the holiday side that you can now have menu options there. So you can now present options during holidays to press 1, press 2, press 3. Previously, you would have had to have created another auto attendant to do that. And we expanded the DTMF support for star and pound. These were keys that were previously reserved. And we introduced a forced listen option. Callers can always type ahead if they know that they want option 4. They don't have to wait for the whole menu to play out, the whole prompt to play out. They could press 4. If you make changes to the order of your menu options, turning on the force listen option means that we'll ignore that key press or voice that the caller says until the prompts are finished playing, so it lets them hear the whole thing. Earlier this year, in May, we launched the first phase of our delegated administration capabilities. So this allows an authorized user to be able to change auto attendant and call queue greetings. So you as an administrator can now give a Teams user, they do not require any access to the Teams admin center, you can give a Teams user the ability to change auto attendant and call queue greetings if you want to do that. And I'll talk in a little bit about some of the enhanced features that are coming there. Currently, just entered into public preview is a click-to-call support through Azure Communication Services. So this allows you to publish a click-to-call link effectively on your website, and that can call into an auto attendant or call queue so that you can get people, so that you can get people who are on your website speaking with people in your company pretty quickly. That's due to go into full GA by the end of November. And currently entering private preview are real-time metrics for auto attendants and call queues, and also enhanced delegated administration options for auto attendants and call queues. So I mentioned that currently available is the ability to change greetings, but we're expanding that. On the auto attendant side, you will be able to delegate people to change the business hours, change the holidays, change the actual routing. Where does press 1 go to? Similarly, on the call queue side, the ability to change the greetings, to change the queue membership, to change the various exception call handling capabilities that are there. So that's going into private preview very shortly, next week in fact, and is expected to go GA if everything goes well, sometime in the second half of 2024. And then also on the roadmap for upcoming things, we have historical reporting for both auto attendant and call queue. Today, it's kind of an all or nothing thing. Anybody who has access to it sees all the auto attendants and call queues in your tenant. So we're going to integrate that historical reporting with that delegated administration function. So moving forward, users will only see the auto attendants and call queues that you have authorized them for. This will also be expanded, historical reporting will also be expanded into the Teams client area, so your agents and supervisors will be able to see historical reporting as well. We're looking to make some changes to how the operator concept works in auto attendant. So today you can set an operator for your auto attendant, and this is kind of the default routing. What happens if something goes wrong? The typical press 0 to speak to the receptionist. The issue today is it's the same operator 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You don't have the ability to set a different operator for business hours, after hours, and holiday. So that's something that we're looking to do. We're looking to figure out what the impacts are of that and how can we deliver that. Auto attendants provide dial by name, dial by number, and generally speaking, they're pretty good at that. There is a challenge, however, if you have several people in your organization with the same name. So in North America, Smith, for example, is a pretty common name. And so if you say you want to speak with John Smith, the auto attendant will very happily come back and say, for John Smith, press 1, for John Smith, press 2, and for John Smith, press 3. And that's not very helpful for your caller. So we're looking to introduce the ability for you to state that maybe the department should be provided as part of that, or maybe the location. So for John Smith in sales, press 1, or for John Smith in London, press 1, that type of thing. And lastly, on the auto attendant side, the auto attendant automatically repeats menus 3 times if callers make mistakes, continually if they don't press anything. We're looking to introduce the ability for you to have better control there over the call treatment. What is the default path? How many times does it repeat? So we're looking to find ways to introduce those functionalities to give you that more granular control over the experience. On the call queue side, dynamic caller ID is now available for all Teams clients across all call queue types. This was originally only available for collaborative calling. This is the ability for the agent on a call-by-call basis when they're making an outbound call to determine what the calling line ID is that the caller will receive. So you can have the agents put out the phone number of the auto attendant, for example, or the call queue, or their own number. This is available on a call-by-call basis. We introduced text-to-speech option for the main greeting. Previously, it was just a pre-recorded message that you could upload. And there is now additional prompting available when routing calls for timeout, overflow, and no agent treatment. When you're sending it to a shared voicemail, you have the ability to play a prompt to tell the caller what's happening. Why are they being taken out of the queue? You didn't have those options if you wanted to disconnect or route to a person in the organization. Those features are now there through the PowerShell commandlets, and we're working to bring those into TAC. They will hopefully appear in the Teams Admin Center early in 2024. And let's see and one of the other things we're working on here down near the bottom, currently there's a limit of 200 calls in queue for a maximum of 40 minutes. We are looking to expand that call queue size and timeout time. So our first increment will be to 500 calls in queue and up to 4 hours. But the eventual goal, after we gain some information and make sure the services can continue to handle the load as expected, is that we will remove those limits over time. And lastly, common complaint, there are 3 ways you can control the membership of a queue. Who are the agents in the queue? One is by adding the agents directly, but the more common way is that you can use a distribution list or a Teams channel. And we have to expand those distribution lists to find out who all the people are in that. And that can take up to 2 hours. So you could make a change right now and it could be up to 2 hours before that user is suddenly considered available for call queue calls. And so we're looking to reduce that time and get that down to a much smaller number so that if you make your call queue membership through these methods, that you won't experience these delays anymore. Just to go over the general setup, what's required for auto attendants or call queues. And this first question or the first statement here addresses one of the questions I saw before I came online. Every auto attendant or call queue requires at least one resource account, and resource accounts must have a Microsoft Teams Phone resource account license. This is a free license. Now, in the past, this was not a requirement. And in fact, if you don't have a Microsoft Teams Phone resource account license assigned, everything will work as it currently stands. But note that the information, the direction on that has changed, and you are asked to get a Teams Phone resource account license assigned to all of your resource accounts. There's no limit on the number of resource accounts that you can have in your tenant anymore. You just have to order them and they are free. You will see sometime next year, we're going to start communicating that we're going to be enforcing these requirements. And that's because there's some longer term plans associated with how we handle resource accounts. So we need to make sure that they're licensed properly so that we can do some migrations there. If your auto attendant or call queue will be transferring calls externally. So if you have an option on the auto attendant that, press 1 to reach some other department that's not on Teams, that's an external transfer. So that's a call that the auto attendant is transferring outside of Teams. Or similarly on the call queue, if your call exception handling options transfer a call outside of Teams, then the resource account that's used for that is also going to need to have licensing associated with it. Think of the resource account as a user account. That is effectively what it is. It's a disabled user. If you want your users to make outbound calls, they need calling plan licenses or operator connect phone numbers. A resource account is no different. If you have users that are reached directly through the dial by name, dial by number feature, so those users do not need to be voice enabled. However, if the users are reached through the auto attendant operator, so if you program a user as the auto attendant operator, or if you have an option like for Mary, press 1, or if you're routing to a person from the call queue overflow timeout or no agents, then those users do need to be voice enabled. And of course, all the agents in call queues must also be voice enabled. And then if you're using direct routing, agents who need to transfer or conference calls that they've received from the call queue, they require an online voice routing policy. And then historical reporting for auto attendants and call queues. Today, this is currently provided through a Power BI template. that you can run on the Power BI desktop. There's no charge for any of that. You can also upload that template to the Power BI service if you want. We went through 7 updates this year to correct some bugs in some cases, but also to introduce some new features. In particular, some of the new templates that I'm about to go over. And we've introduced some detailed call pop-ups as well, trying to present more information to you. Our next release for the Power BI templates is targeting sometime in January of 2024, going through testing and determining what those final changes are that will be in that release. So if we take a look at the reports that are available today, these are the new templates that were recently introduced. If you've downloaded our templates before, those older templates are still there. They're going to stick around for a while. But these new templates were introduced to standardize on colors and to make the templates a little bit more accessible and common across all of them. There were some differences between them before. So here we can see an auto attendant report that gives you information about how many calls came in, how many were internal, and how many were external. And the new feature that's here is this pop-up that can come up when you hover over some of the calls. It can break them down and give you the individual details of them. On the call queue side, similarly, we introduced a similar themed report, made it a little bit easier to understand compared to the original template that was there. And there are screen pop-ups that can come up here as well to give you details about the individual calls that form these totals that are shown here. And lastly, on the agent side, the agent timeline report was also enhanced to make it a little bit easier to read and to keep the common theme that we saw of the new templates. And pop-ups were introduced here as well so that you could get information about the individual calls that the agent handled. One of the common questions or common asks that we get about these reports is, I want to be able to track a call from its arrival at the auto attendant into the call queue to the agent. Many customers have asked for that. It is something we are working on, but it's not something that's currently available through these reports today. If that is something you need to do today, then I strongly suggest that you look at the Graph CDR API, where that type of information and that type of call flow will be possible for the answered calls. It would not be possible currently for the abandoned calls and things like that. I think that is it for me. Yes, thank you very much. I will take a look at the chat, and if there's anything in there, I'll try to address your questions, but thank you very much for your time today. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Colin. That was awesome. Thank you so much. So I think our next topic, we're going to jump over and talk about, I've just got to find my mouse. Here it is. We're going to go into SIP Gateway. So I'm really looking forward to this topic. So just Andrew, do you want to, you can either share or take control, however you want to do it.
I'll take control. Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Colin. All right. Just requesting control.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. Looks like wait. All right. So, hello, everyone. I am Chandranshu. All right. How do I advance these slides?
I can do it for you if you like. It's in the bottom left corner, but go for it.
Right. Okay. So, hey, folks, I'm Chandranshu. I'm a PM with the SIP Gateway team, and today I'll briefly introduce what SIP Gateway is and talk about some of our features and roadmap items. So, SIP Gateway is a capability in Teams Phone that enables you to use third-party SIP devices with Teams Phone system. And the reason you would do that is it helps you leverage your existing devices inventory. It helps you save on cost and effort to do a fully fledged migration to newer Teams Phone devices. If you could continue using your existing devices with Teams, you might as well do that. So SIP Gateway doesn't come with all the all the features that Teams Phone enables, but we are looking to cover all the basic aspects, like you have secure authentication for users, you have all the Teams policies that cascade down to SIP gateway devices as well. You can manage SIP devices inventory in Teams Admin Center, and we have dynamic emergency calling and so forth. And calling features are while we are looking to improve the experience as we go. Today we have make a call, receive a call, transfers, call forwarding. For meetings, you have to dial into meetings. Today we are looking to improve that experience. I can talk about that in a bit. And we also publish presence from the SIP endpoints when you can set do not disturb. And when you are in a call, then we show your endpoint as in a call. We also have voicemail integrated, and thanks to Colin, we also support call queues and auto attendance through SIP endpoints. Okay, let's go to the next one. Yeah, it's okay. All right, so we enable a bunch of endpoints with different device types through SIP Gateway, and this is one of our early slides when we had just shipped SIP Gateway to general availability. So we had IP phones from Cisco, Poly, Yealink, and AudioCodes. And of course, Cisco phones needed the multi-party firmware, and only few of the Cisco IP phone families supported that. So I think that's pretty much the situation today as well. But customers can use their Cisco phones with Teams if they want to, and that is a huge deal. Similarly, I mean, this is how we started off, right? But as we went along, we have added more device types to SIP Gateway to enable customers to bring wider cross section of their devices inventory onto Teams. So Martin, if you could help me with going to the next slide, please. Just trying to feel my way here. Oh, sorry. Previous one, okay. Right. So here, if you see, we have added some interesting new categories to SIP devices. We have DECT, which is digitally enhanced cordless telephony devices from 5 leading DECT vendors who we partner with. So we have DECT from Spectralink, Ascom, Poly, Yealink, as well as Gigaset. We've also recently introduced the analog devices category on SIP Gateway. Now, analog was in public preview for quite some time, but now it is generally available. So we have ATA supported from Cisco, from Poly, and from AudioCodes. We're also working on a bunch of other ATA devices as well. We also recently shipped overhead paging with Algo devices, so customers can bring their overhead paging scenarios also directly into Teams through SIP Gateway. And on the IP phones category, I mean, we're still working on extending our IP phones footprint. So we're looking to enable Alcatel, which should be, one particular device family from Alcatel should be going live pretty soon. I would say in the next week or so, and we have we have Avaya J100 series currently in preview, which we are looking to make generally available this quarter itself. All right. Another exciting bit that that we have shipped recently is the Tango Extend solution. Now, this is similar to what Taimur talked about with Teams Phone Mobile. However, in this case, what we are enabling is we are enabling customers to extend their existing Teams fixed line numbers to mobile devices through eSIM endpoints, which appear as SIP endpoints from our perspective. So this is an interesting new category that we have enabled. All right, I think I've talked about the devices. So features, right? So things that we have been focusing on recently is to how to enable customers, especially large enterprise customers, to migrate their devices in bulk. Now, if they have say DHCP provisioning set up for their SIP endpoints, then the actual migration itself is not that big of a deal, right? You could have different VLANs set up for different devices, and then just move them over to SIP gateway in batches. Customers can already do that, but what becomes challenging is that once those devices are on SIP gateway, you still need to go and activate those devices and sign into those devices. So we've introduced something called a bulk sign-in feature for especially for common area phones, and this enables customers to kind of use a CSV as input to a commandlet, and then just have all the devices that they want to sign in one batch in that CSV. Run the commandlet. Of course, it requires some prerequisites and validations to be done beforehand, but we sign in those devices in bulk, essentially enabling customers to activate these devices remotely. Now, one aspect of that remote enablement, we've kind of branched out to something called the zero-touch remote sign-in for CAP, which is pretty much what we're doing for bulk sign-in. I mean, all the remote aspects of it, but instead of a commandlet, we give you our usual SIP gateway login interface, the UI, so you could remotely sign in a device using the SIP gateway portal without having to, by remotely we mean really remotely, without having to touch the device. But still, this device would need the bulk sign-in validations to be in place, because we also need to trust the device that it is actually what it claims to be. We've also enhanced our devices inventory reporting in Teams Admin Center, and a very sought after feature was to enable customers to remove stale devices from Teams Admin Center. That has also shipped. In the near term, since we can see here, right, we have a bunch of different device types with varying UI capabilities, and we don't want to be building separate vertical solutions for each category. So we are investing in a UI layer that will be voice driven, and that can bring some key capabilities that we don't have today. For example, directory search. For example, calendar access and meeting join, and click-to-call capabilities that we don't have today. And this voice-driven interface is our preferred choice because we want to address these gaps in the UI on the various devices. So, for example, somewhere you may have screens and dial pads, and in some places neither a screen nor a dial pad. So to bridge the gap across all of these various interfaces available on these various device types that we have enabled, we are betting on a voice-driven interface. Today we do not support dial by alias. So, for example, I mean, we do not support it because it's clunky. I mean, how would you dial Alice at Contoso from a SIP device? It's easier to dial a number. So once we have the click-to-call capability, we think we'll also add the dial by alias. So I mean, as long as it's a routable address, you could either say search for Alice and place a call, or you could enter Alice's number. Now, today the restriction is that since we don't have dial by alias, then Alice must have a phone number for you to place a call to Alice. Now, once we remove this restriction, Alice need not have a phone number, and as long as Alice has a Teams alias, a SIP URI, if you will, then you could use your SIP endpoint to call Alice. And to go alongside that, we will today we have a requirement for accounts to have a phone number associated when they pair SIP devices. So we will remove that requirement as well. So you don't need a phone number to sign in to a SIP device. Now these are part of our near-term roadmap. Another exciting feature is, and much sought after, is Call Park. We are looking to enable. We're actively working on enabling Call Park for SIP devices fairly soon. All right. With that, let me try and find this clicker here once again and go to the next one. Okay. All right. Here we've listed some of the benefits of using analog directly through SIP gateway. So first of all, the identity gets cascaded to the analog endpoint as well. I mean, it will be Alice at Contoso or lobby phone ground floor on that analog endpoint instead of just appearing as a PSTN number. Second, customers don't have to deal with multiple parties for support. Since it's a SIP gateway enabled endpoint, customers can talk to us, to Microsoft for support on these endpoints. Of course, this will be available only for a certain number of compatible analog gateways or ATAs, but it does simplify the overall workflow. Also, you need not have individual DIDs for these endpoints. Okay, so just some of the aspects that that would make sense to kind of connect analog directly to Teams via SIP gateway. And I think that's it. I'll monitor the chat and see if there are any questions. Thank you so much for your time today.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I think it's me now. Yes, it is. So we're going to talk about emergency calling. So there's a lot to this topic. I'm going to kind of whiz through during this, but at the end, in the key takeaway sessions, we are really keen to understand what topics you'd like to kind of deeper dive and have some kind of dedicated webinars on. So let's just dive into emergency calling. So emergency calling, critically important. Emergency calling is, how you configure emergency calling. I just want to, call out during this presentation here that it does differ depending on which PSTN connectivity option that you choose, whether that be from calling plans, Operator Connect, direct routing, Teams Phone, mobile as well. And I'll go through some of those considerations in here as well. And emergency call routing here, it really determines how an emergency call is routed to the public safety answering point, or the PSAT. And I mentioned there that there is several factors, and this can include the emergency calling network of the country and the region in which the call originates in as well. And as well as the PSTN connectivity option that you've chosen, which could be, one or a mixture of those options. And for direct routing, this requires specific call routing policies as well. And some of the PSTN connectivity options here, the carrier actually handles a lot of that configuration for you. So for example, with Operator Connect, Teams Phone, Mobile, having operators in there as well. So let's, there we go, let me just move this over here as well so I can be, there we go, looking and talking. Another key thing is the emergency address validation. So assigning an emergency address to each of the users is really key. Let me just pull this up over here. And this really ensures that the emergency address to each of the users is the most precise dispatchable location for the users. And there is some different options of how that address can either be discovered or manually entered and edited by the user to where they are. If they're working remotely in the Teams client, they can provide that location, and I'll talk about that in a bit in a moment. And to assign the address, the address validation could be done addressed to a user or to a network identifier, and really important to make sure that that address is validated. And we want to validate that is a legitimate address, and in some cases it can't be modified. Microsoft, we recommend creating the emergency addresses using the map search feature in Teams Admin Center, and for this reason, it ensures the addresses are formatted, validated, and also have the appropriate geocodes in as well. Now, in the United States, there is an option here for dynamic emergency calling, and this is available for calling plans, Operator Connect, Teams Phone Mobile, and direct routing. And this provides the capability to configure and route emergency calls, and also you can notify security personnel based on the current location of the Teams client. So dynamic emergency calling is a call routing service that is included. With direct routing, you do need to look at leveraging an emergency routing service provider, also ELING or emergency location identification number gateways in there as well. But dynamic emergency calling can, if I go to the next slide here, there is some configuration that must be configured in there, but this is allowing teams to dynamically detect the user's location and to populate that emergency address location into the Teams client to then pass that on to the PSAT. So you can build that by defining trusted IPs, and this really identifies and builds out the corporate network, and then you populate and can have the location information service, and this is what it can use. You define your emergency addresses, your location in here, and you can map that into network identifiers, which could go down to a level of subnet, port, switch, wireless access points as well. And then Teams emergency policies, these could be on user or a site assignment level. And here you have the option with the Teams calling policy here to leverage the service desk notification. And for direct routing, you need to leverage the Teams call routing policy in here as well. And there's the network configuration, so defining out region, sites, and subnets as well. So supported clients for dynamic emergency calling here, we've got Teams Desktop for Mac and Windows, Teams Mobile on Android and iOS, Teams certified desk phones, also Teams Room systems as well. Obviously make sure running the latest software versions or on those supported clients. From a user experience perspective, here's kind of an experience of the emergency location that's been picked up inside of the Teams client here. So in Microsoft CA Irvine, and then on the right here we've got an emergency call which is in progress here. So you can see it states the number, your number, and your location in there. The emergency call is in progress, and at the bottom there, that is the security kind of notification which has been added here. So you can see that Alex here has placed an emergency call, where he was, and that's been sent, and that can be sent to a notification group as well. So when we're looking at emergency calling plans, Operate Connect Teams Phone Mobile, so each user here is automatically enabled for emergency calling. Dynamic emergency calling is supported across those in the United States, and for calling plans Operate Connect, the user is required to have a registered emergency address associated with their assigned telephone number. So you'll see, particularly when defining calling plans, Operate Connect, you'll need to actually define that emergency address, validate it first up front. Here for Teams Phone Mobile, emergency calls are routed automatically to the Teams Phone Mobile carrier for a given number. Here's some considerations for calling plans. Now you can see that there is some considerations whether you're inside of the United States, and then whether you are leveraging dynamic emergency calling, and whether that tenant defined dynamic emergency location has been detected by the client. So if it has, the call can be automatically routed to the PSAP. If it's not located, it will be screened first by the ECRC. And if it's unable to update the emergency location here, you can see that it goes through the ECRC transfer to PSAP, serving the registered address to there. If you're outside of the United States where dynamic routing is not applicable, you can see for each, there's an example of the country lists here that's supported with calling plans. There is a lot more countries. You can see there is some differences to how the emergency call routing works in these countries and regions. For information on the specific countries and regions, there is a great docs article that has each of those, which I'll share after this into the chat. Operator Connect and Teams Phone Mobile. So emergency calls are routed automatically to the Operator Connect Teams Phone Mobile carrier for a given number. The ability to set the registered address depends upon when the carrier uploads them, and in some cases if you can change those. With Teams Phone Mobile, so one difference here, when calls are made through the native dialer of a SIM-enabled smartphone, your operator may use the geographic coordinates or the cell tower handling the calls to the approximate emergency location. But with Operator Connect Teams Phone Mobile, please reach out to the operator to get more information on the emergency calling. The call routing for Operator Connect and Teams Phone Mobile is very similar, as they're both kind of leveraging the Operator Connect framework. I won't go into that in details, but there is some links there at the bottom if you need more information on those. So direct routing is a bit different. I did mention that. So with direct routing, you do need to define emergency calling policies for users by using the Teams emergency call routing policy in here. And this policy defines the emergency numbers and their associated routing destinations. The registered emergency locations aren't supported for direct routing users, and for dynamic emergency calling, additional configuration is required with the E-Ling and the emergency providers that I mentioned. So if we jump into that, here's an example that we looked at before. So here's some considerations whether you're using dynamic emergency calling. So if you are with direct routing, there's two solutions here. So the emergency routing service providers and the emergency location identification numbers or E-Ling gateways in here. Again, depends if it's detected your location. And here's the information around the emergency service providers and the emergency location identification numbers as well. And if we just have a quick look at what does an emergency calling policy look like within Teams Admin Center. And what does it do? So it controls how the notification for emergency calls and the lookup of external locations should be handled in case the locations are not obtained by querying the tenant-defined locations. So you can see here there's a policy named ECP Redmond. It has a description. You can turn on the external location lookup, and then you got the option for a notification mode in here as well. So there is some, the notification group can be email, distribution, security group. Notification mode can be notification only, conference muted, conference unmuted, and then you can define the numbers in here. The security desk conferencing is done by a Teams conference, and you can have the important message and define the notification group in there as well. The emergency call routing policy, so for direct routing, but also shared calling, this comes into play as well. So this enables emergency calling, defines those emergency numbers. So in this example here, we've got the ECRP Redmond. Dynamic emergency calling is turned on, and we defined an emergency dial string of 911 and a dial mask. And we've actually defined the PSTN usage record that it would use for outbound calls there. Multiple emergency numbers are supported with only PSTN targets, can be assigned to a user network site or both. It's required for direct routing, but also this comes into effect with shared calling, and that's on some of the planning documentation I shared earlier. So you leverage this policy for shared calling to define the emergency numbers in here, similar to how direct routing works. And here's with shared calling, so you must ensure users enabled for shared calling are able to make emergency calls to emergency services. So with shared calling, you actually you leverage the policy, define the emergency numbers, and then you also define a number of emergency callback numbers as well. So you define a number of emergency callback numbers. When an outbound call is made, it picks a number from that callback range and leverages that and presents the address in there as well. So that's everything I've got on emergency calling, and I'm going to hand over now to Jessie to go through contact centers and compliance recording. So Jessie, over to you.
Okay, I will share my screen, and I just lost my background. Okay, I will use my old background. I cannot use my the Teams background. Okay,
no worries.
So, yeah, let me share my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, looking good.
Okay. So yeah, I'm Jessie. I am the program lead on the Microsoft Teams Calling Certification Program. So Microsoft launched the Teams Calling Certification Program about 4 years ago in two categories, one is contact center and one is compliance recording. During this 4 years journey, and we have successfully certified about 22 contact center solution partner and 12 compliance recording solution partner. And in addition to that, we have 23, I should say 23 partner in the pipeline to be fully certified. So all those solution is built on top of a multiple Microsoft platform. And for this bootcamp, they are mainly use the Microsoft Calling Graph API, a native Teams client platform. Let's jump to the contact center. So in our certification program, we support two model. One is a connect model and one is extend model. For the connect model, we are utilizing Microsoft certified SBC to route the call. The extend model, and we are utilizing the Microsoft Communication Cloud Graph API and the Presence API. Yeah, I will touch those API component detail in the following slide. Just like I just said, the Connect model is utilizing the certified SBC to connect third-party contact center solution to Microsoft's M365 and the phone system. So the SBC is using direct routing to connect external customer to Microsoft phone system. So that's the connect model, and a lot of our customers are utilizing this model today. The second model is the demand is going up, which is extend model. So the main difference between this model and the other model is it's using Microsoft platform, the Graph API. The Graph API is also supporting Microsoft's native Teams client. So you can see all the contact center agent, no matter it's a formal agent or informal agent, and they are staying on the Teams client. And they can communicate in the same place. They don't need to leave that place. So that's why this demand is going up in the past couple of years. Okay, so I will touch a couple highlight of the communication graph API. So there are three main components our partner are utilizing. First is the calling. The calling graph API can cover both a basic call control and advanced call control. Basic call control like mute, unmute, answer the phone, and reject the phone, right? And then advanced call control, you can have a supervisor whispering, barge, and you can have a call recording, transcription. So those are available today in the Graph API. Second one is the Presence API. Presence API is basically you can get or retrieve. So no matter you are official contact center agent or informal agent, which is a team user, the team user endpoint, and you can get this team user's presence and set the presence when he is on the phone. So this can improve the overall contact center performance and efficiency. So third one is analytics, and Graph API is providing a set of call record API for our partner to build the Power BI report or their own BI report, and can be real-time analytics and also historical analytics. So that's this three main components our partner, certified partner, are building for contact center solution. Now let's jump to the compliance recording. Compliance recording is currently enabled through Microsoft Graph API plus the partner solution. So, and this is a little bit different from, not a little bit, it's very different from our convenience recording, which the caller or the meeting participant can hit the Teams client and say, start recording that meeting, start recording that call, because this recording is controlled by the policy, compliance policy. It's organization, usually the organization tenant admin can set up the compliance policy and assign this policy to a group of users, which will require all the time recording, for example, contact center for training purpose. And for legal purpose, they want to record all the call coming into this contact center. So when they set up this policy, they can control when the call recording will start, end, when the call recording, where the call recording will be stored, and how long the recording file can be stored, and which user can have the access to this compliance recording. So this is a basic flow of compliance recording, just like I said. So it's driven by the policy. So user A, team user A is a compliance recording user. He has a compliance policy assigned to him. When he is trying to connect to a user B, no matter it's a team user or PSTN external customer, and the first thing they will do, the teams will do the policy check. If this user A is a compliance recording user and the the app will invite the compliance recording bot into the call. So it will become a group call. When the bot joins the call successfully, and A can connect to the B. If the bot failed to join the call and user A is not able to connect to the user B. So that's the basic flow and how compliance recording is working. So I touched base on all the program, right, on the compliance recording and the contact center. This is the benefit our partner gets, and it's a Microsoft and partners win-win situation. Let's jump into those benefits. First benefit is partner always get the engagement from our product engineering team, no matter from the support for recommendation consult, and then they will get engagement with developers. So I have seen partner try to enhance their solution, and they have some question and what's the best practice, for example, and program lead and also product engineer usually give them hands-on experience and advice. So that's the first one. Second one is a partner connection. Program lead is having one-on-one with our certified partner on monthly basis, quarterly basis, and as needed ad hoc basis, and review the overall Microsoft Teams calling roadmap, and also partner can give the feedback to us on behalf of the customer. So this leads to the third benefit, which is a feature planning. So in our teams, and we usually have a semester planning, and usually a couple months before the semester planning. So team program lead will work with each individual certified partner to understand their immediate need and try to prioritize those features into our product engineering team. The first one is the strategic call. So our executive usually work with the partner executive and try to align the business priority, and for example some conference, major conference, and the announcements and some showcase and some preview program. And the last one is the co-marketing effort. So our Microsoft marketing team and partner and are working hand in hand, and we have a different engagement. For example, Microsoft has a monthly marketing blog, and we showcase our partner and their success. And also we have a monthly newsletter and to showcase the win wire of each partner. So program lead usually work with those partners and understand what's their latest customer win, and how we can promote the visibility of each partner that's in our program. Okay, I put some information into this deck. Hope you can access, and especially on some public article about our program and our marketing page of our program. And there's if you are interested, there's a Microsoft form. You can sign up there. So our program lead will reach out to you afterwards. And if you have any other questions, so there is a Teams category partner email address is there. So feel free to send that email and to us so we can address all your questions. Okay, that wraps up my call. Thank you, Martin. Should I give that back to you?
Yes, it's me again. So let me just share my screen. And let me just check I'm in the right section. Oh, yes. So we're going to look at management and troubleshooting. I'm going to be joined by Tracy. I'm covering this for Jamie Stark, so I'm going to summon my inner Jamie Stark. Unfortunately, he's not very well, so I'm going to cover Teams Admin Center. So I'll kick off with Teams Admin Center, and we'll particularly home in on voice. And then Tracy's going to do a deep dive and go into troubleshooting Teams phone devices. So get ready for that one. So let's have a look. So Teams Admin Center and voice. So we'll kick off with a brief introduction. That there is a lot you can configure in Teams Admin Center, you know, particularly in voice. But when we look at Teams Admin Center in these topic areas, so users, you can configure users, you know, use ads, move changes, configure telephone numbers, configure dialing, conferencing details for users, configure voicemail, call management, and we'll have a look at this in Teams Admin Center as well in a moment. You know, we've got meetings, so you can configure dialing, conferencing, you can configure bridges, change conferencing settings, telephone numbers, so whether that's user-based telephone numbers, service telephone numbers. We can actually do acquisition of new telephone numbers, particularly in Teams Admin Center if you're using calling plans, number porting. With Operator Connect, you can have those telephone numbers visible within Teams Admin Center, and your operator can upload those. You've got configuration of direct routing, unassigned number, call blocking, and then you've got policies, so you could have your calling policies, your call part, call hold policies, caller ID, emergency policies that we just spoke about, voicemail. Then you've got voice applications ranging from auto attendance, call queues, resource accounts, setting holidays. Then we've got locations across the emergency addresses, network topologies, network and locations, all the bits we kind of spoke about in emergency calling. And with all of that, you know, always important to have reporting analytics as well, so you can look at adoption as well. So let's have a look in Teams Admin Center at some of those that I'll walk you through. So if we start with users, so within users, let me just have a look. So we'll choose Alex, but within users, you can look at a user here, Alex. You can see what phone number. His assigned phone number, his phone number type, so Operator Connect. We can see his emergency location. We've got the audio conferencing details here that we can edit, but we can also go through into voice. And as an administrator, we can go in and change settings for Alex, for example. So I could change the dial out settings. So I could set, you know, can he dial out to any location in the same country or region? But I can also do some change Alex's call answering rules as well. So this wasn't it to start with, but this was a great feature. You know, if Alex went on holiday, I can actually change Alex's call forwarding, change his rules, change the call forward types. I can do that all within, you know, Teams Admin Center here. I can change voicemail if I needed to, meetings, Teams devices I can see, and then all his policies in there as well. But if you look at all the other stuff for voice, if we expand voice down here, you can see there is a lot here. And I think before, if you didn't have phone systems, some of this was hidden, but now, you know, there is a lot of this that you can see now, you know, from looking at phone numbers, from looking at Operator Connect providers. So if you want to go and look at the Operator Connect providers in your region, you can filter them by country. And we've got direct routing in here as well, so you could see your SBCs and your configuration here. We've got an SBC, calling policies, dial plans, voicemail policies. We can see the auto attendance and call queues we spoke about earlier, voice application policies as well. So you've got policies that are assigned to those auto attendant and call queues as well. So a real rich feature set within Teams Admin Center, particularly for voice, and, you know, emergency addresses in here that we spoke about, analytics and reporting as well, from usage reports, call quality dashboard as well. So a lot of information all within Teams Admin Center. But here's some of the kind of a recap of some of the recently announced features. So from assigning telephone numbers to resource accounts, summary tables, telephone number assignment support for licenses in grace period, group policy assignment, so you can apply multiple policies to users, some of the most for most of the voice policies in here, alerting admins to voice app misconfigurations, item counts across the tables. So there's a lot that has been recently released, but also a lot that's coming as well. So offering for Teams Phone trials to non-licensed tenants. So first run experience for call plan customers as well. So we really take you through sort of a really easy to use, first run experience of how to set up and assign numbers. Here's some of the recent features that are in progress. So auto-tenant and core queue usage reporting, shared calling configurations. So I mentioned that at the moment is PowerShell driven in terms of configuration, but that there is shared calling configuration coming into Teams Admin Center as well. Private line support, exporting from telephone numbers and address summary tables, audio conferencing policy cleanups, operator connect summary table, logic and opportunity size, and improvements to telephone number porting, as well as some of those improvements. So that's kind of a very quick whirlwind of Teams Admin Center. I'm going to hand over to Tracy, who's going to take us on a kind of a deeper dive session into troubleshooting. So Tracy, over to you.
Thanks, Martin. I think I am sharing.
Yep, looks good.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tracy Herr, and we're going to talk about troubleshooting. So let's dive right in. One of our brand new diagnostic tools was released last month, and this is now a part of the Microsoft Remote Connectivity Analyzer. We have a section for the Teams Android device sign-in. So let's take a look at what that looks like in real life. We've got a couple other things that you can do in here with regards to testing out PSTN dialing and testing voicemail. But this one right here, this is our new one, Teams Android device sign-in. So when we go here, just give you a show. If I can type this right. So this just does a preliminary test of your tenant environment. Some basic testing of conditional access, some basic testing of Intune, and maybe a few other things. So when you get something like this back, we can see, well, looks like I might have a problem with my conditional access policies for these devices. And it looks like I might have a problem with my compliance policies, which are the Intune policies. Now, if I dive down into this and expand everything, I can see a lot of stuff that isn't very nice to look at. So where am I going to go next? So after we start there, then there's a new, well, it's not new, but it's a PowerShell module called UC Lobby that allows us to export a little bit of a deeper look at what is exactly the problem with my conditional access, or what is exactly the problem with my compliance policies. And when you run this PowerShell script, it will give you a nice little export of a spreadsheet that you can share with your team, your boss, whoever needs to see it. And because we are dipping into Graph, it does require that you be either a conditional access administrator or a global admin in the tenant. So when you get this export after running this is what you're going to see, and you're going to have to decipher this. So what we're really looking for here is the Teams device status. So anything that says unsupported, I'm looking over here at the policy name. I'm looking at unsupported here. And then I'm going to take a look at right next to where it says unsupported. What is this? Well, that's a grant control. It says require approved client apps, and that's a problem. We've got some other things that, anything that would say unsupported, require client apps, or enforce app restriction policies or things like that. All of these things are unsupported because they cause problems with the Teams devices. They either cause them to not work properly, not sign in, or sign out. But it could be any of those things. So as long as you have something that is unsupported, a configuration that is unsupported for the Teams devices, you will experience problems. And this is how you figure out what you need to change. And this is the next script, PowerShell script, same using the UC lobby, but this one actually tests the Intune compliance policies. So it gives you the same deep dive into what's wrong with my compliance policies that these devices are not going to like. And you'll get the same type of CSV export, and it's in the same format. So if you get to know one of these, you'll understand the other one. If you ever need help deciphering this, call support and we can help you decipher that. So when you have a problem with your team's devices, the first thing we're going to tell you in support is make sure your firmware and Teams app are running the latest certified version of firmware and Teams app. Certified version of firmware is very important. Our OEM partners that make these phones and other devices, they come out with firmware all the time. We don't certify every version of firmware they come out with. So make sure that you are only installing the latest certified version of firmware, which will come along with a Teams app that gets bundled with that firmware. But we might also put out an update for the Teams app, which you'll see in Teams Admin Center. You always want to keep these devices up to date. Hopefully you're using the automatic update in Teams Admin Center, which you can do defer by 30 days, defer by 90 days, or validate as soon as possible. And you always want to be rolling out these updates in phases just in case something were to go wrong. Another thing that is good for troubleshooting is you want to have these devices automatically restart themselves. So this restart Teams automatically has been added into the Teams configuration profile. You can push that out to all devices. You can decide what time of the day you want these devices to restart. It will help these devices to work more seamlessly. You can also manually configure this auto restart directly on the device by going to settings, auto restart, and then you can choose the time of the day, and then it will force that device to auto restart. If we're looking in Teams Admin Center, you want to make sure that this area of Teams Admin Center health status says up to date next to firmware and Teams app. You want to make sure it always says up to date, especially if you're experiencing a problem. If this doesn't say up to date, the first thing we will tell you is update your device, and then we can help you troubleshoot it. And of course, we always want to look at logs. We always want to download device logs. So up here in Teams Admin Center, download device logs is going to go over to the device and pull the logs off of the device. Now, this is not just the device logs, but it's also a Teams log, and it's also a company portal log. So there are other things that we get when you get the Teams device logs from Teams Admin Center. Another thing you will be asked to do or recommended to do if you're having an issue with these devices is factory default the device. So you would go to settings on the device, go to device settings, enter in your admin password, and then go to debug, and then select reset to factory defaults. If you're taking one of these devices from one user and giving it to another user, it's no different than if you were giving your cell phone to another person, and you're not going to just give them all of your data. You're going to wipe your cell phone first and factory default that so that they don't have your data. This is the same thing when you are transferring one if you're transferring a device from one user to another, you need to factory default the device. It will clear out the cache. It will disconnect that device from the first user's account in Entra Azure AD, and it'll just be a fresh, nice experience where the user will experience less issues if you start them with a freshly factory defaulted device. Some common issues with common area phones. A lot of times people want to program speed dial buttons so you can walk up to a common area phone and just press what you have on speed dial. Whoever is there just automatically can tap that number that's already there and it'll call the receptionist or the operator or the security desk. Any of those scenarios might be valid. So in order to do that, you may have either the basic interface, which you can still have speed dials, or you may have the advanced common area interface, which advanced common area interface is better for security desks because it gives them the ability for voicemail. With the basic common area interface, you don't get the ability for voicemail or walkie-talkie or the browsing for someone in the directory. Also, if you're using a common area phone with a call queue, like an auto attendant that goes to a call queue, you have to have that phone in advanced common area mode. So you have to have it look like this because that's the only way it's supported with call queues and auto attendants. Now, another thing that with a call queue specifically, you might have that programmed, configured as presence-based routing, which means it's going to check for that little green bubble. And if that bubble turns yellow, it's not going to route the call to that phone. So you may need to turn off power saving or display screensaver on these common area phones if you're using them with a call queue that's configured with presence-based routing. Some more common errors with these devices. Workplace join. Whenever you see something that says workplace join, that means there is a problem with Azure AD. Signing into Azure AD, creating the device object in Azure AD, Entra. So that's the first place you're going to go to check. If you see an error message like this, where it says your organization's does not meet your organization's compliance requirements, that is going to be Intune because compliance is measured by Intune. So we would go over to Intune and check for that there. And then, of course, if we see something like could not enroll in Intune due to device limits, that is also an Intune error message where we're going to go over to the Intune portal and check and see what's going on there and why that's blocking the device. So let's take a look at a couple of these tools. So the what if tool is under conditional access, and I am in the Intune portal right now, Intune admin portal. So I'm going to check here and see what, if any, policies apply to my user that's logging into the device. So we just browse for our user, and then we scroll down and click the what if button. Scroll down some more, and it tells me which policies are going to apply to this user. Now, if the policy applies to the user, it will also apply to the device object that is tied to the user. The device object will get affected by these conditional access policies differently than the way they affect the user account, especially for MFA. MFA will affect the user account. It may or may not affect the device object. And some other things like if we're requiring application enforced restrictions, that will never work with the Teams devices. So nothing will allow that device to sign in if that type of policy is affecting the user account that is signing into the device. So this is a good way to check, but keep in mind this what if tool only checks for what's being applied to the user account. It doesn't really tell you exactly what's being applied to the device object. You can still have policies that apply to the device object if something is set up to apply to all users, if one of the policies. And then we come over to these sign-in logs. So we're always checking the sign-in logs. If there's any issues with the devices signing in, we're going to come here. Let's add a filter. Sometimes looking at the sign-in logs under the Intune portal is beneficial, but other times looking at the sign-in logs from Entra is better, because here we get the interactive sign-in logs and the non-interactive sign-in logs. The difference between the interactive logs, it is when it's logging something under interactive, it means a user is actually there interacting with the device or the browser or whatever it is. If it's a non-interactive log, then that means the device is contacting the cloud, and there's no user that's touching the device. The device is talking to the cloud without user intervention. So we come here if, say, my device signed out. Well, there was no user around, so this is the log we're going to look in for something like that. We also want to check audit logs to see if maybe a device object got deleted, recreated. We don't know why things like that, well, we know why things like that happen, but you'll see it here and it'll give you an idea of why you're experiencing behavior that you're experiencing. Again, looking at it here under the Entra Azure AD area, it looks a little different than when you look at it over in Intune. I prefer to look at it over in Intune because it just gives me a little bit more information. So sometimes you'll have a nicer view depending on which portal you look at it through. And then we come to troubleshooting and support. And this is a little bit changed. So we search for our user. And this tells us that we are licensed for Intune. That's great. We also want to know if we're compliant. We want to know if we're compliant with Intune, and we also want to know if we're compliant with Entra. So there's two different layers of being compliant, and being compliant with Entra means conditional access. So this is the conditional access column, and this is the Intune column. Most of the time they will match, but sometimes they don't. And then there's some other things here, protection policies and updates and other areas you can look at to figure out what's being applied to this device and why is it not working. And one last thing, when we're downloading the device logs, we're coming over here into Teams Admin Center. We are clicking on the device. We are going here for download device logs. It takes about 15 or so minutes. And then we come to the history tab, and then eventually we will get a download link to download those logs directly to your PC. We can also check under activity because we have this new sign-in failures area right under activity. So if you are not a global admin and you're just a Teams admin, you don't need to have access to the sign-in logs in the Azure portal. You can see some of the sign-in failures here in the Teams Admin Center. Another way that we do troubleshooting is to pull the logs, the device logs, directly off of the device. So to do that, we are putting the IP address of the device into the web browser, and we're logging in with the admin password, and we're going to diagnostics and view or download logs. This is an example of a poly. It's pretty much the same on a Yealing phone, and Audio Codes has a different tool that allows you to download the device logs directly from the device. So when we're downloading the logs, we want the UC application log, but we also want the system log. We need both of those things in order to do the troubleshooting we need to do. And now we're going to get a little deep, and we're going to look at some logs. So when we review device logs, these are the logs from Teams Admin Center that we're looking for. The 3 logs that I'm going to talk to you about right now are the most important. So we have the admin agent log, which is essentially the device logs that you would get even if you were downloading the logs directly from the device. Both of these logs, the app and the sys, both of them are the device logs you get when you get the logs directly off of the device. We also need the company portal log so that we can get this company portal session ID. This will give us the ability to find the authentication logs in our backend. So if you're ever having trouble with sign in, this is what we want to see. Sign in or sign out. This is what we want to see so that we can tell you what's going on in your environment that's causing sign in or sign out problems with the devices. And lastly is the Teams client log. So you don't get this company portal log or the Teams client log if you're downloading the logs directly from the device. You only get these if you are downloading the logs from Teams Admin Center. So always download the logs from Teams Admin Center if you can. And let's take a look at what you would actually search for. So we're just going to take a look at this Teams client log from this poly device. We're going to open this up. And the first thing that I want to know is, what kind of license does this have? Well, the log tells me that it's got a common area phone license, which is now called the Teams shared device license. So I know this is a common area phone. And I want to see the usage mode. So it says personal user for usage, which is a little interesting. So there's one more thing I can search for. Is premium? Premium. Nope, it's not in the log. Okay, so is premium would tell me if this phone was in advanced calling mode, but it's not. So we have a common area phone interface that is running in basic common area mode. I can also see here that we're logged into the public cloud, not GCC or GCC High or anything like that. And I can also search for the version of Teams app in this log. So this is going to tell me, am I running the latest version? And if you look at the version of the Teams app, it's really just the date is at the end. So 2023, the year 08, it's August 23, August 23, 2023. So that's when this version of the Teams app was released. Now, if I look over into the admin agent logs, which are the logs from the device, and I open up this log, I can see the version of the firmware here, and pretty much all of the same information that I can see in the Teams admin log. You can see the Teams app version. I can see the company portal version here. So this also has some good information in here. And if I were troubleshooting something like E911 and looking for LDAP entries or something, this is the log I would go to for that. This is not the type of log that you would go to if you're having issues with calling, jitter, dropped calls, choppy audio, things like that. These are not the logs for that. And I will show you that in a second. So if we can't get the logs from Teams Admin Center because the device won't sign in, we are relegated to downloading device logs directly off of the device, in which case we only get the app, we only get this log, which is the app log that we see in the admin agent zip file. That's what we would get here in the app, app.log. And then in this tar.gz file, we'll have something like these message logs, which give us a little hint as to what's going on with sign-in, but not nearly as good as if we had some company portal logs. And then we also do have some media logs that we can decrypt if we need to see what's going on with media. Now that would take a support case, so you would need to open a support case with us on that one. And one more thing. Oops, sorry. If you are troubleshooting issues with dropped calls or choppy audio or jitter or things like that, we have a nice little CQD template, similar to the one that Colin showed in his presentation, except for this one is just for the phones. So we have a bunch of things for devices. It's going to tell you all of that good information, why you would have a problem with a device. And it gives you some information about direct routing and the SBC as well. We have a similar one for the MTRs. If you have a Teams room system and it has the ability to make calls or receive calls, you can have some information for your MTR on Windows or MTR on Android using this CQD template. So when you download the CQD templates, you're going to have a whole lot of different things in that CQD template package. So you're looking for the MTOE folder, and that's where your phone CQD template is going to be, and your Teams room system template is going to be. And then, of course, the auto attendant and call queue template is up there as well. So these are all separate templates besides the big main template that's going to tell you everything about your network and how Teams is doing. And that is it for my presentation.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Tracy. I think now we are just going to jump to a quick break. So let me just pull that up now. And share my screen. We're going to talk about Teams Phone roadmap. So I'm going to take you through kind of some of the recent announced features and some kind of what's new, what's on the roadmap. And if we've got time, we'll have a look and maybe have a look at some of these in flight. So we'll touch through what's next, some of the recent announcements, and also some admin improvements as well. So let's dig straight in. So first item, busy on busy settings. So this one, a lot of people wanted this. And this is the ability for Teams phone users to have a busy tone when they're on a call, when they're already in a call and somebody else rings them. They got the ability to play a busy signal. Before, this used to pop up a second toast, and you could choose whether to answer that. But still, people like to hear the busy signal. So we now have that. That is in the Teams client. You enable it in the calling policy within Teams Admin Center for the users, and then you'll see in the screenshot there that within the settings under calls, it allows the users to really choose what they want to do if another call comes in and they're already on the call. So I kind of like the let new calls ring me, so then I have the option, but you've got the option to play a busy signal or redirect as if the call is unanswered as well. So that's available now, and it's a setting in the calling policy you need to enable. Another one is screen pop. So this has been announced here. You can see in the short demo here that when a call comes in, you can actually screen pop, for example, a CRM. So particularly for customer-facing employees, as soon as somebody answers, you can really highlight and show more context with the screen pop. Really within CRM, you can take the incoming caller ID number, pull up their customer information straight within the CRM, and it can be launched alongside Teams in a web browser as well. So you can configure that now, and there is some good blog articles on how to do that. So you could do that with Dynamics or with other CRMs, like in the example that we've got there. User managed call queues and auto attendance greetings. This was hotly awaited feature for quite some time, highly requested. And what does this do? So it allows you to define authorized users the ability to change some of the call queue and auto attendant settings. So for example, you can see there you can change the greeting, you can change music on hold, voicemail greetings for call queues and auto attendants without leaving Teams. So you do need to configure this in the voice application policy to allow users to do this, and then within the call queue and the auto attendant, you need to set those authorized users of who has the power to go and change those settings in that. And you can change those. The screenshot there is from within the Teams client, and I will look to show you some of that in a moment as well. Previously, administrators would have to go in and change the greeting file or change the music on hold. Now you can empower these, the authorized users to go and do that. Call delegation. So there's been some recent updates to call delegation UI. So particularly for delegates and also delegators, to enable advanced control of the shared lines, and you can see that in the Teams client here. And there is a simplified experience in the Calls app, so that is available there and on Teams phone devices. This is available now to really simplify call delegation and joining of calls as well. So down in the bottom here, if I play this video, we'll see here there's an ongoing call here, and you can actually, they can jump in. The delegate can jump into that open call here. So I can see ongoing calls. I have the ability to see my personal line, but also the lines of the people that I delegate for here. So I'll show you this as a quick example as well. And on the right here, you can actually see that experience within the Teams phone UI as well. So you can see the boss experience here, join, resume, and the delegate experience as well. And really, empowering it to be easily switched between the different lines that they manage. So there might be an admin that manage multiple execs, for example, in there as well. And view shared call history for the delegator's line as well. View and join active calls, all within that as well. So if I try and pull this up, we can have a quick look at some of these as well. So I'll do this very quickly, but so let's touch on calls. So first one we can see here, Alan has been defined as a delegate for Adele. So you can see here Adele Vance has added you as a delegate. You can now make calls on their behalf, receive, pick up, join active calls. So if Alan goes into calls, you can actually see Adele, and you can see Adele's history. If there was an active call, an ongoing call, he'd be able to see that and join that if he wanted as well. Another one we looked at was some of the settings. So within settings and calls, I see calls for Alan, so he sees his personal call settings, but he also sees Adele's. So he's the delegate. He can do call handling, call forward for Adele, manage Adele Vance's delegates, manage the call groups, change the call forward in settings. And then we also touched on managing of auto attendance and call queues. So Alan is a authorized user of call queue and auto attendant. He has the ability for the main AAOC. He has the ability to change the greetings for business hours, after hours, play an audio file, and he can do this, change this all within Teams. You'll see here this is new Teams. So if you don't know about kind of new Teams, we'll talk about that quickly in a moment. But let's jump back to here. So compliance recording. So in some updates for compliance recording, this is aimed at providing a differentiated, struggle to say that word, experience by customizing audio announcements for internal versus external calls and meetings, and enable support for customized banner notifications in Teams, record forwarded, transferred delegate calls, and calls diverted to voicemail as well. So there is some updates to compliance recording as well. Private line, multiple numbers. So in the near term here, enabling a private phone number for incoming calls, but on the longer term, multiple phone numbers assigned to a single user with per number inbound and outbound calling experience as well. External call routing, so this is not available yet, but external call routing provides users the ability to redirect all external phone calls to prevent disturbance. So you can see here under calls in the settings, you've got the toggle switch here, redirect external calls. Incoming external calls will not ring you and be redirected as specified. So you can do different routing based on external phone calls, and then you can set the redirect to voicemail for external calls, for example. Again, screenshot in new Teams. So a lot of the new calling features are coming into new Teams. So new Teams is generally available now, and there's a lot of performance improvements in it as well. It's faster, it's been rewritten, and one of the great features of new Teams really is this multi-tenant, multi-account support. So if you do have a guest account in different tenants or customers, partners that you're working with, new Teams allows you to better manage multiple accounts, and what's great is being able to receive calls regardless of the current account you're working in. Previously, if you weren't signed into that tenant, you may miss the calls, but now you can see that you can get notifications in the different accounts that you've got in different tenants and receive calls in there as well. So that's one of the awesome features that's only available in new Teams, and you'll see a lot of the new features and functionality is being built, architected in new Teams. And in the top here, you'll see, if you may have seen this, you'll see the new Teams sort of toggle switch. So you can enable and try new Teams. If you don't see that, there is some admin controls that you can enable this and try it, but definitely try it. It is it's super awesome in terms of particularly multi-tenant, and a lot of channel improvements as well. A lot of the new voice features are coming straight into new Teams. One of the other things that is coming is unified contact. So this is an updated people experience in Teams. So one of the things contacts is heavily used for with Teams Phone. A lot of people saving speed dial, saving contacts. Previously, in other products it came across from Exchange, but here this is built a dedicated people experience in Teams, where you can create, manage, and better manage and call external contacts and have that consistent experience across Teams and Outlook. So the contact experience is built in Teams, and this people's app or People app, is really building upon that and optimizing for your contacts. You can see here you've got kind of names, titles, companies, really giving that more a much better experience for having contacts within Teams, which comes on top of leveraging Teams Phone for that. Protected voicemail. So protected voicemail, this enables users to receive protected voicemail notifications within Teams, and it adds an optional enhanced level of privacy to the voicemail experience. So the intended authenticated recipient can open the voicemail in the Outlook web app, and forwarding is blocked. So you can see in this screenshot example here, there's 2 protected voicemails that are here. So Teams user 2 left a protected voicemail, and you can go to listen or read your message, go to Outlook to do that. So you can get those notifications within Teams. Microsoft 365 Copilot in Teams Phone. We've spoken about this. I gave a quick demo of Copilot enabling callers to generate notes, capture action items, recap the conversation. I showed a demo of me making an appointment and summarizing the call, listing action items, and you can use this to generate call notes as well. So this is in private preview. You can leverage Copilot for Teams Phone within kind of one-on-one or group VoIP calls, but also PSTN calls as well. And the call transfer scenario I think is really powerful with leveraging Copilot in Teams Phone as well. And definitely check out Copilot across Teams as well. So leveraging Copilot for Teams chats, group chats. So if you're added into group chats, you can use Copilot to summarize the history, the highlights from the days in group chats, and then in meetings as well. So summarize meetings, generate call notes during and also after with a recap as well. And here's some sort of Copilot suggestions looking forward. So Copilot on Teams Phone devices, and this is really looking at providing suggestions based on past user actions, recommended contacts, quick actions to really make things more productive. So you can see here, there's in the middle of this Copilot suggestions. We see you call Babek often. Would you like to add this user to your speed dials? Copilot has learned you often transfer multiple lines during a call. Would you like to add transfer to your call quick actions? And you can see you can add that. So Copilot, being by your side and adding suggestions and speeding up, optimizing and improving productivity, ultimately saving time as well. So it's awesome to see this Copilot coming onto even more onto desk phones experiences as well. So here's some kind of early looking at what could be with Copilot on Teams desk phones. SIP Gateway, we spoke about kind of some of the upcoming device integrations. So Chichanzu spoke about going through some of the ATAs. I think this is the version we went through is slightly more up to date than this one, but SIP Gateway allowing you to integrate compatible SIP devices, but also analog devices as well. Overhead paging, there's some SIP phones in there as well. Near-term roadmap, we went through this in more detail in the session for SIP Gateway, so definitely check that out. But from bulk sign-in, removal of device, call park, voice bot directory search as well. Hotline phones, so these are available. So this allows you to have a device, program a dedicated contact to that device, and when somebody comes to the device, they lift the handset and it automatically connects you to the contact that you've added. So you can program phone devices to directly configure a pre-configured phone number. So in one scenario could be you have a common area phone, you come into an office, you can lift it up and it will ring straight through to a person or a help desk, security desk in the organization as well. I've been at a few customers where there's nobody at the reception. I could just walk up, lift the handset, and it would dial me to somebody who can help me get in. This can be set up directly on the devices. It's also been added to Teams Admin Center as well. So under the configuration profiles for devices, you can actually go through and configure the hotline as well. The device will need to be enabled with a Teams shared device license and set to common area phone mode to allow this functionality. Virtual front desk. So similar, but this can automatically connect via video and provide personalized assistance with a virtual front desk. So in this scenario, leveraging a large Teams display here, a neat frame, you can walk up, press the button there, call receptionist, and it will start a video call straight to somebody who can help you. Configuration again on the device or in Teams Admin Center as well. Click to call. So when we're looking at bridging the gap between kind of business to consumers, this is leveraging Azure Communication Services that allows business to enable their customers to call them from the web with a single click here. So developers can customize click to call widgets, program the widget to connect customers directly to a Teams user, a call queue, or an auto attendant as well directly from the customer facing site. You can see here we've got that option down at the bottom there for call agent. Let me just see. Yeah, we have a little demo. That's cool. So here you can see from this widget we've opened and there's Megan, and you can jump straight in to have a call from the web. And you can jump in and go talk about that perfect property straight from your company's website. Taimur spoke about Teams Phone in India, so really exciting to see a Teams Phone offer in India. This working on a partner model, so multiple carriers working on Operator Connect integration and the Teams Phone reseller model, offering multiple number types. So mobile numbers allow PSTN calling from anywhere within India. Fixed line numbers can be retained, providing full phone system functionality, conferencing and support for PSTN. This available soon. So for PSTN calling when working from home in India as well, in compliance with current regulations as well. So more to come on this. So definitely keep watching the roadmap. But something we're really excited to bring is Teams Phone in India. Taimur also mentioned Teams Phone Mobile or Teams Phone Mobile. So here, integrating your mobile identity with Microsoft Teams, providing a single business provided Teams number to your desktop and mobile, being secure and compliant. You can have a combined call history, unified voicemail, a single number. True mobile integration instead of having a separate island for your mobile where you make your own calls. Nothing's kind of in some cases unified. Two separate voicemails, two separate call histories. Teams Phone Mobile allows you to unify those, bring you streamlined management as well in some cases of that as well. And you can show your mobile number or your company's main number. Allows you to make sure everything via the mobile is routed through Teams, and adds another level of compliance into that as well. Here's Teams Phone Mobile markets and supported wireless operators. So generally available. It's also recently, very recently launched in UK as well. And digital markets are coming. So Taimur had a version of this with the updated countries and regions in there as well. So when we look at admin improvements, so I spoke about some of these in the Teams Admin Center session, but moving forward, looking at scoping of admin permissions across the organization, voice support for administrative units within Azure AD or Microsoft Entra, improved number porting experiences, simplified, streamlined policy administration, more usage reporting for voice applications such as auto attendants and call queues, and improved consistency of searching, sorting, filtering as well. Shared calling, we spoke about, went through a demo. It's a new feature. This is available now. You can assign a single phone number to multiple users. It really simplifies, accelerates deployment, reduces kind of admin overhead of trying to go through and decide who has what number. Does everyone need a number? It really simplifies that. Supported on multiple PSTN enablement options. Operator Connect, check with the operator that's supported. Full functionality, including emergency calling support. At the moment, configured by PowerShell, but coming to Teams Admin Center very soon. Also, Teams Phone device management, so you can also manage devices within Teams Admin Center, but here admins can use configuration profiles to apply settings in bulk, set up automated firmware updates, auto update capabilities, allowing admins to assign devices to different phases, specified timeline for updates as well. And Intune's latest Android management solution for Teams devices will be available later. And pushing speed dials via Teams Admin Center. So admins being able to push speed dials and contacts, such as emergency internal numbers, help desk numbers, to Teams Phone devices, all directly from Teams Admin Center. So that's great to see coming as well. So that's everything in the Teams Phone roadmap session that we've got at the moment. I think I'm back next, and we're going to go through sort of recapping the bootcamp and giving you some key takeaways and resources as well. So just bear with me for a moment whilst I just pull up the next session that we've got. There we go. So thank you so much for sticking with us. We're in the last like 20 minutes of the bootcamp now. It's flown by really. So let's have a look. So key takeaways and resources.
Hey Martin.
Yes.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive, man. We've got 148 people on a Friday afternoon with a large portion of Australia, and they're going to start getting rowdy with you, mate. We've got to get a beer going out here. So yeah, we're between us and then beers. But thanks so much, Martin, for what you're doing, mate. I know it's very early your side, so the last one. Right. Thanks, mate.
That's good. We're on the final long run. I've just looked out the window and it is now light outside. So let's finish this strong. So partner resources. I wanted to go through. There's a ton of resources that we've got. I want to make sure that you're up to speed. You know where they are. You know what's available. That can really help you with readiness, and that could include building up your team's phone practice. Also, skilling across sales and technical training. We run these boot camps, but there's on-demand recordings available for you as well. We do webinars. And following this, we want to learn from you what you would like to learn more about, in more detail. Do you want to do a deeper dive session on shared calling, on emergency calling, Teams Phone Mobile? So we'll have a quick poll in this session. So we'd love to get your feedback so we can start to plan and get more, some more deeper dive technical training to you as well. As well, check out the Teams Calling Advanced Specialization as well. To have a look at as we go through, but we do have a partner portal for you dedicated with go-to-market resources, also with learning and readiness materials, also partner accelerators to really help you through pre and post-sale engagements, from workshops to pilots as well. We have our Converge Comms practice page. We have a dedicated Teams Phone page. We also have a Microsoft 365 operators page as well. You can find these all at cloudpartners.transform.microsoft.com. And there is dedicated links there to those individual items, but I should be able to take you through and we can have a look together. But here's an example of the Teams Phone kind of practice building page. It gives you, we try and break this down into 3 steps of building out your Teams Phone practice. Defining your strategy for your Teams Phone practice, developing your skills, and then operationalize and go to market. So making sure we get resources for you to leverage with customers. And it's all around realizing that opportunity, accessing the skills, readiness, building your offer, value propositions, creating that go to market plan, and we want to do this together and leverage these Microsoft resources as best you can in building that out. If you're starting the journey, a ton of stuff there. If you're already have one, go and check out. You've got that latest information, those latest Microsoft resources. So if we just have a look, here's an example of cloudpartners.transform.microsoft.com. If I press this, we hopefully should play. Yeah, so I'll talk you through this, but within this portal, hit practice development, and under converged communications, we have a converged communications overview. Leon mentioned that in the welcome. That's leveraging the power of Teams Phone, Teams Rooms, Teams Premium. There's a kind of a level 100 pitch deck here under that link there, and unlock the value with smart workplace for Teams. Oh, my screen was flashing. And then you can go to the dedicated Teams Phone, Premium, and Rooms page. So if you go into Teams Phone here, gives you the 1, 2, 3 steps of building out a practice. It gives you assets around defining that strategy, from looking around the TEI studies, understanding the opportunity, how to build product pages. Here's some skilling from learning paths, building a plan, certifications across the Microsoft MS 721, operational and go-to-market, operationalize and go-to-market. You'll find GTM go-to-market resources. And here, we've got resources across generate demand, whether that being customer pitch decks, customer presentations, operator guides, demos, and I'll show you some of those. Building intent workshops, so really building that intent. Teams Phone pilots, value calculator, adoption kits, deployment playbooks for Teams Phone and Teams devices. And then across Converged Comms, we've got Rooms, Meetings, and Premium as well. So there's a lot of resources and assets that you can take advantage of, all within this site. And you can also learn about the strategic priorities for FY24 as well, if you want to have a look at those. So there's partner accelerators. That's where you'll find the Teams Phone workshop, Teams Phone pilot materials. So leverage those. From readiness, we've got learning paths, and there's a dedicated learning path where the recordings from this bootcamp will be as well. So here's an example of the Readiness Hub. So you can access that from cloudpartners.transform that we just looked at, or you could use the AKA link that you've got here. There's dedicated learning paths across different solution categories. Under Modern Work, we've got a dedicated learning path for Teams Phone. Here you'll find resources from the boot camps we've done in the past, kind of giving you an introduction. And then this is where you'll find the recordings from this bootcamp when we get them published towards the end of the month. And then when we look to schedule the deep dive webinars, we'll have the recordings in here as well. We also have a learning path across all the other Modern Work products in here as well. And you can filter this by role, skills, create a dashboard, and track your progress as well as you go through. You can also find learning paths, some quick bite-sized videos on delivering Teams Phone workshops and pilots as well in there as well. One other thing you may have seen, you may be aware of this readiness calendar. So all the boot camps, events, webinars, we publish to the M365 readiness calendar. So here you can see we have the featured awesome event that we're in now, the Microsoft Teams Phone Bootcamp, but you can go across into the future, into December, January, and have a look at those events that are coming and get scheduled, get registered for those as well. Another asset that's really useful is the CDX platform, or the customer digital experiences. So just wanted to make sure that you are aware of this. CDX gives you a number of assets, guides, actually demo tenants that you can create to really showcase the power of Teams Phone to your customers. You can also show other areas of Microsoft 365, but let's show the power of Teams Phone first, as always. And there's environments that you can use, customer immersion experiences, demos, interactive guides, and let's have a look at, here's an example of creating a demo tenant. So here you can create pre-built demo tenants with our usual rockstar kind of demo users in there and pre-populated content that you can use. And you can create an enterprise demo tenant and environment and have an add-on for Teams Phone in there as well, so you can leverage this for demos with customers. That's what I was using in that example to demo within here. You can do custom, quick, and select those for 90 days, 1 year as well. You can also leverage that to demo Teams Rooms, for example, and Teams Premium. The immersive experiences, that there is kind of some interactive or online kind of guided simulations that you can go through. There's one for Teams Phone, there's 2 for Teams Phone. There's an IT Pro demo as well. So you can access this. This is an example of what it looks like. These super powerful for demoing Teams Phone, in some cases in a Teams meeting. You can open up this online experience and it gives you a click-through experience. It gives you all the annotations and walk through, or you can turn that off, turn beacons on and off, and really walk through and show your customer the Teams Phone desktop, how to manage contacts, show them Teams Mobile, show them how to place a call, transfer, step by step. Here's an example of the IT Pro guided simulation. How to configure calling plans, emergency locations, operator connect, sign phone numbers, auto attendance call queues, analytics. So you can do that all within kind of this online simulation. This is a recent addition. There's so call forwarding, handle calls, transferring. Awesome feature of when I need to jump out, go pick the kids up, I can just jump to my mobile, transfer the device, and away we go. You can also demo auto attendance call queues, the delegation, Teams Phone devices as well in that experience. Teams Phone value calculator, you'll find this link in those go-to-market resources and assets. But if you want to go through and build out that cost savings and business value of converged communications, of Teams Phone for a customer, leverage the value calculator. There's some awesome walkthrough videos, examples of how to use that. Leverage this tool to really work with your customer to get their buy-in, show them the cost savings. If they want to see the numbers, you can leverage this tool to do that. Awesome, powerful tool. Walk through and have a look. There's an online version and there's also an Excel version as well. One for Teams Phone, and then there's one across Converge Comms as well. I'll just leave you with these last few assets, but there is a Teams Phone deployment playbook that kind of walks you through end to end of deploying Teams Phone, planning considerations, migration. That is an awesome asset. So if you don't know about that, have a look at that. And then most, if not all, Teams Phone deployments, leverage Teams devices as well. So there's a device playbook that takes you through planning, consideration. You can phone enable Teams rooms. So when you see the opportunity for Teams Phone, that often, in mostly all cases, expands and accelerates into Teams rooms and Teams rooms into Teams Phone. So great asset and opportunity to take and use and leverage that playbook as well. So I don't know, Leon, is there any, we're in the last sort of 10 minutes now, is there any questions that we've seen, any hot topics that we've seen during this session?
There's been,
that's all right.
Not during the last session, Martin. I think that was pretty well. You've articulated that really well. I didn't see anything. No. I think we're ready to close this up.
Yeah, I think so. So the last one, we got a quick, so I think I mentioned from this bootcamp, we touched on a lot of topics in a short space of time. We really want to learn from you what you would like to see next, and we want to do some deeper dive sessions into some of these topics. So if you could, like we've done before, scan that QR code, let us know what you want to see next, and that will really help the team plan out the topics that we want to see next, so we can go and grab those engineering speakers and get these sessions planned out. So I'll just leave this up for a moment, and we should hopefully, if anybody is scanning and adding, we should see these responses come in. But in the previous session, I think our top requested topic was Copilot in Teams Phone. So I think that was number 1, followed by Teams Phone Mobile. So a huge amount of interest in Copilot, which isn't a surprise. Teams Phone Mobile, I think, came in second. What was our last one with, I think...
What I'd also add, Martin, is for everyone out there is while, we'll keep this for the next bootcamp, if we're seeing real topics that just shoot out, we'll do bespoke sessions and cover that, as specific topics. So please, it's really important to get that feedback.
Yeah, we'd love that feedback. So I'm going to, what are we on now? Okay, we got about 7. Oh, yes, we've got some coming in. Awesome. Teams phone devices, Teams admin center. Okay, that's cool. Awesome. What else we got? Great, we're all coming in now. Thank you so much for giving us this. Oh, Copilot. Copilot is running. Oh, here we go. Share calling. And you can choose multiple topics. So we'll combine the results from both the boot camps and make sure we get that. Our SIP gateway. Yep. Awesome. Let's have a quick scroll down. Just leave this for a little bit more. Okay. Teams phone value calculator. So, yeah, there is some videos of walkthroughs on that. Emergency calling, Teams admin center, go to market resources. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much for submitting these. Still Copilot #1. Look at that. That's awesome. So, keep them coming. Because that will give us great insights, like Leon said. There is a slide. We'll make sure you get these links. It will be with the presentations and the materials that you get. There is some resources that I sort of pulled together. The Teams phone persona mapping is a really good one we didn't touch on there. There's the pitch decks as well. And just a reminder, the on-demand recording will be available, our ETAs, to kind of look at the mid to late November. Best place to get those notifications will be kind of in the Yammer or now the Viva Engage community for Teams calling, meetings and devices. So you can scan that QR code, make sure you turn on those notifications and engage in that community. This community is full of awesome partners, all like yourselves. We all help each other, and we all, want to, all very passionate about, Teams and leverage the power of the community as best you can within that. So there is a couple of key takeaways. Bookmark cloud partners and the readiness. Attend. Thank you very much for your attendance and sticking with us through this event. I hope you've really enjoyed this and leverage those resources that we've got. I'm just having a look for the survey link. So just bear with me, unless I skipped past it. Here we go. I think it's this one. Let me just check. So we really appreciate your feedback as well. So we really appreciate if you could, fill in this short survey, give us your feedback and experiences. Yeah, it is this one. Yeah. So you should be able to scan that QR code or click on the link, which I'm sure will be shared in the chat, which I did see was shared earlier. So we'd highly appreciate your feedback. It allows us to keep putting on these events. And we can't wait to do more with you. So I think we've got a couple of minutes. I'll just leave this up. I don't know, Leon, have you got any closing comments, thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone. It's late on a Friday. We understand that. Thank you for spending your time with us. We continue to invest in boot camps. We continue to invest in your training. We've got a solid focus on technical excellence, and we'll continue to drive that. What we're also doing is making the programs more and more dependent on that technical excellence. And that's going to, if anything, that's going to accelerate as we just really focus on that. But to the team, as you can see, Tracy, it's 3 a.m. your side. Thank you so much. Martin, it's 7 a.m. your side. Timor's in Dubai, different time zones. So we've got time zones all over the place. So you can see, as a team, we're solidly committed to working with you and enabling you. So thank you for your time, and that's all. I think the other important part is go through the decks. There was questions on go-to-market information, and that there is a lot of information in the partner portal. Please go through that, share it with your sales teams if they don't have it. There's a treasure trove of gold over there. And then please always feel free to reach out to the communities, and we're happy to set up calls with you and your teams and help you with any technical issues that you have. But that's all, Martin. Thank you so much, and thank you to the production team for all your support.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll leave you with the thank you slide. Hopefully we'll speak and see you all soon. I think, Jill, I'm handing that back to you now.
You took over for me, Martin. You covered it all.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'd just like to extend a big thank you to our presenters, and thank you, audience, for joining us today. Please stay safe and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to today's virtual event, Microsoft Teams Phone Partner Bootcamp. My name's Jill, and I'll be your moderator today.
Saw one of the last charts that Leon shared, you know, the platform for